Alright. So, I don't know. I gotta tell you, it's. Oh. I don't even want to be here right now. I don't. I absolutely just do not. Not even in the least. Probably shouldn't be, quite frankly. Um, but things I've become aware of, unfortunately, throughout today, and what I happened to skip into earlier, are concerning the absolute hell out of me. And I'm telling you what, tomorrow the chances are, well, today, that I'm gonna light up the phones of everyone. Because I have some really big questions for the FBI, TBI, and local surrounding police agencies, DAs, anyone else, for what the hell is going on right now, and what has been, and what's been being done in Summer's case, and by whom. I mean, go figure. I One of the largest tragedy pimps here who inserted so early on, at least by my estimation, just fucked around and got themselves caught in some shit. So I would like some fucking explanations as to what has been being done. Those in and around Summers' case, those from Ben Hill, and all kinds of witnesses, known and otherwise, being done to them throughout this, and is still being done. And I hope some people tonight are catching certain paper airplanes because it is that concerning. I am furious. I'm upset. I'm tremendously worried. Not for my sake, but for Summer's case and witnesses especially. And they got a damn thing with anything in the last couple of days over here. It's got to do with something and certain dates, especially around um, the DCS stuff. Certain shit shifting and moving. And things that don't feel right to my gut and soul, and red flags and things I'm seeing. Shit, I'm gonna trust my gut this time. And the red flags. That's all I can do. And maybe it'll be in enough time to stop anything or keep it from going any further. Yeah, we'll say that. And there, even though it seems extraordinarily silent lately, it is not. It is not, and the team fuckery has never stopped. No, really. And there is definitely that continuing. It's my guess. I don't even know if that's a fucking guess. Nah, it's not a guess. It's not a guess. If you know, you know, right? Ain't that what they say? If you know, you know. Hey guys. Now, paper, paper airplanes, pebbles, you know. If I were certain agencies right now, I would probably wonder if certain dates of employment were gained in certain times or time frames. And it has nothing to do with anything side by side or anything else. But maybe weird Canadian shenanigans and things in or around Summer's actual case in other ways. Not anything separate of that. Though I'm sure that's what it might be made to look like. Especially the last few days, potentially. I would wonder about reams of data and who's connected and visiting whom in person or otherwise, or any very strange money movements in the background lately. For certain characters of Teehee varieties. That's what I wonder. For Summer's sake, her brothers, the truth, answers, anything that might be anything anywhere. Proof of the fuckery and potential purposeful attempt at destroying everything on purpose. At least in my opinion. Um, or inserting in everything. Or near everything, or whatever, you know? um, by the, you know, teams and groups and well organized. And others here, I don't know, locally trying to scare the piss fuck out of people. Right? Or to set up or do weird shit to an abundance. Yeah. No, I just don't even know. Just exasperated. Absolutely fucking exasperated. And if anybody wants to tell me that, I just. Now I'm trying so hard about my tongue. There's no guidebook. I wish there was, but there's not really, not necessary. Sometimes there are a few better things to guide you. But I know what the STEM group and these teams and certain monsters are capable of. And there are things Common sense says that, I think, or I know, certain people at this place shouldn't have holes, get windows, be able to get any hints, inklings of blah 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 blah. You know, all kinds of shit. Especially monsters who make people afraid anyway. Or their goddamn teams. All of whom are linked back to and playing patty cake with most of the characters from Ben Hill. And otherwise, pick up some real fuck shit and make things hopefully look like shit they aren't, or side things, but are actually meant to do some really nefarious shit in the long run, or to some risk, you know. It's just a thing. It's just a thing. Tonight, my soul, my heart, my brain, no, man. You just scream. I've listened to all these other monsters and these creators and all these fucking liars, man. And I'd love to just say everything. Play all the things or do whatever, you know. Just come here full tip. And, rip and shred the absolute living shit out of all their masks. In a way that they'd never go back on. But I know if I do that, it'd be bad. Most likely, that'd be bad. I mean, not ripping their masks or anything off. You know, doing it in that manner, method. And Lord knows this realm would use every bit of it to light back up again and make millions and millions more and torment and twist and harm others and more innocent, more this, more that, more, and help keep free or cleanse. No, 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 there'd be no cleanse on this ever again. Honestly, really, yeah, I don't think so. I don't know. This place is dirty like that. I don't know. They could shit look at what they can do and do in every freaking case, even if people are already in prison, man. I just tell you do. What do you do? God, I really want to though. And it ain't got shit to do with Pomeranian rappers and shit. Not a damn thing to do. Got one of the weirdest headaches. I don't know. Thing is, for me, it's always like this little walk, right? Because I feel like there's potential manipulation there too. Like I always try to elicit or get some response like that, or hints at this, or whatever that, blah blah blah, or shit, you know. Thing is, that damn team, they do love playing whoopsies throughout all the years. And in that way, getting others to disseminate shit they want disseminated while pretending it's all whoopsies. I don't like being used that way. Others would like to garner shit and to get things on top of all that. Like, you know, Bison, I'm not. Summer is, uh, summer is not a burden. I know you didn't mean it that way, dear. I know you didn't. Just, I just know the others don't actually give a damn. You know? Not Andy. Not Fred. Not Laura. And I don't give a shit how the world feels about this statement. But Candace and I. Nor any of the fucking team around them. I desperately want Summer found. And I want this fucking well organized group doing this in so many cases. I want them stopped. I want how they're operating and what they're doing with those exactly like those I named, especially here locally, stopped. Especially because of the real sick feeling I'm getting in my stomach as dates go together. And I really hope alien feds are still taking very close note of frames of data and dates. And that probably not all things in the last, especially a few months, and certain movements and shifts are what they appear will be made to look like. Especially around, and maybe, I'm just saying maybe, certain shit is always used as distraction. Just my soul screams, it does. Maybe quiet, but it's not, and something is very wrong. Has been. No man can tell me any different. I mean, has been for years, obviously, but I mean very recent. Some of the characters I watched pop up tonight, and the manner and all these things and shit done to Little and I tonight, too, while out, and shifts and changes, um, and behavior changes. Um, have my gut screaming. And things dropping. I don't, like I said, I'm just being very careful with the way I'm. I don't know. Until it's not supposed to. But watching all of this place lit up again, like late, of course, because they've been doing other things, and then suddenly pick summer up last night through the evening. Pick suddenly mattered to me. Makes me want to vomit. Scream. And none of them look like they really, they couldn't even remember basics or that. I mean, like, I just, have they ever? I don't know. Some of these posts with Meteor boys seem to piss off the universe today, though. Swear. But I also swear that somebody the other day said passwords have been taken away. So I don't even know what to think about all that. I don't think so, though, if you look real close at where's Waldo, some of the news pieces recently. Just My bad, guys. I went to get coffee and molten lava.
My bad, guys.
Golden espresso.
I went to get coffee and molten lava.
The muting happens, right? But I'm trying to get rid of this headache before it gets any worse. And hopefully this helps go big, go home, you know. But anyway, I just, I just have some questions really about the shenanigans. I have more than that. I really do have questions for Ellie. FBI, TBI, and Lawson, especially. And I guess I could message Lawson if I really want to. Freaking 2 in the morning, but I don't know that I get a response other than fuck you, bitch, or ever. I mean, you didn't blame him, but feelings mutual, but nothing to do with Summer and Louise. Unlike the other guy who's in there. Anyway. But yeah, I mean, I just have some questions. And if there's been this level of fuckery with all of us, well, somebody needs investigating. Then, since Lawson's name was absolutely used, well, really makes it super weird. I'm gonna need super tragedy pimps done. I don't know. Somebody's going to give me an answer on this one. Because I have fucking questions. That doesn't mean I ever get answers. I think I already have a fucking answer. Could be wrong. I don't think so. This is some weird fuck shit. Hmm. And Bison, another thing. Others and I were talking today. Yeah, notice like those RICO style cases and big ones, etc. Like, say, P. Diddy's and others. Are those with criminal organizations where threat, blackmail, money moving around, witness intimidation, da da da. Lots of people involved, like P. Diddy's. Yeah, they were investigating him for 17 years. Him and all his cohorts. And all the people moving and shaking and money this, money that, and blackmailing and witness intimidating. 17 years. Ain't that something? Sometimes time, it takes time. So I always sort of laugh at this group and I'm like, what are you gonna do? These things in my state, Molly and all them for years and all these cases and the money pushers and like, bitch, please. When you have this many of them, bro. And yeah, when you know bison, like when you know, you know that many things can take many years. And that's not uncommon. And it makes a lot of criminals sometimes feel real comfortable though. Or nothing's being done or can be done or statutes in their states or only whatever. You know what's not really been operated on a lot of these open and active investigations for this exact group of a lot of the same players. But when you've got this many through the years put together, I don't know. Hell, it could take a while before doors fly in. Rings are rings, man. When you start fucking around with funds and real dark movements, shit, criminal shit, dope shit across not just the U.S., but across the world. And all that, there's more to investigate. I don't know, man. I sort of despise her in here one night. Like, you remember when I told Scott and them to turn certain shit? And then they were like, "Tee, years up," and "Bitch, here's a blackmailer." You remember that? And it's like, alright, if you say with your federal communications, oh, and you just double down blackmail it? Holy shit. No, you didn't. Everyone hit blocked and all of them did all that. I don't know. And hell, who knows? Maybe nothing will ever happen. And I'll tell you what, though, if it did, if I could see that some of these long term criminal assholes in this little criminal well organized empire ring here throughout so very many open and active investigations long for summers, those overlapping incidents were being arrested, or even just some of the ones in summers. Or the little critters in between, like those like Squall and Sarah fucking with courts and bullshit lawsuits, you know, like chickens like doing things. And for this and that and the other, and trying to mind fucking daring to fuck with elite courts, DAs, judges like they did here with that tee and let's pick the dates. We fuck with JSP once again. About like certain monsters are doing it. Yeah, I just don't know. But actually have a far larger purpose. If I could see some of these people in the teams, especially, starting to be anything done, I'd probably be like, that's it. I'm taking a very long vacation. You have faith and hope and assurances that the level of tampering and screwing with all these branches of government, services here locally, police, detectives, etc., was not being missed or was known fully in how it was operating, I'd be like, I'm taking on this vacation. I wouldn't some days waver on who to throw paper airplanes or pebbles at either, but I mean, it just depends. But yeah, no kidding, Bison. Sometimes it takes a very long time. Sometimes you just have to learn patience. Especially, I guess, with rings and shit. I don't know how it works exactly. I assume it'd be rather difficult. Nightmarish. Heart-wrenching, etc. Especially when they're vanished, missing, or known murdered involved. Anyway, so there's all that. Yeah. I'm sure it ain't some of their first rodeos or anything, though, with stuff like that around here. Anyway, that being said, we're going to take a walk through Jurassic Park because, like I said, I have questions. I've got questions. That mean I'll get answers, but I don't know. I might in some court setting someday. Okay, I'm gonna try to find the right spot again because I only skipped two. Weirdly enough, chat was running crazy, but I heard some shit, man. Mind blowing shit. So title change. Jesus Christ, you didn't. Face. You fuckface. Can't do so, can't. The back. She crazy. She think that's important. Blah, blah, blah. Fuck you, bro. Alright. I swear it's somewhere in the 12. Let's see if I'm right here.
Now here's a
Look here, Hoss.
compare and contrast. I can't talk about it, but I can give you some idea. The reason Karen and I were in Idaho, the reason we ended up at the Bryant Koberger crime scene is because
To find a black glove that any not detective could see wasn't. They'll get your ass up on fucking national news again because airstreams or whatever matter. no matter how wrong you are.
Was working with the Fruitland Police Department
Oh, you're working with them?
on the abduction of Michael Vaughn. I was embedded.
Oh, you're in bed. And you're working for it. And then, but, hold up. I don't give a shit.
With them for about 4 months. The result of that case is much different than the case in Hawkins County. And the
There are things there that make me uncomfortable too, but we're gonna carry on.
Sheriff's Department.
I mean, you watch a poor lady get eaten alive by the same people that were holding wrenches when we come along from it, and you promise her that you'll help stop that online if she talks and comes to you. Is that what you mean by embedded, and then you have an in, and then you can talk to the police and play real cowboy again? And then you use her to do things instead of someone else to trigger it on. Is that what you mean? Uh-oh. I don't think my tongue's holding real well. My bad.
In my opinion, Summers.
Oh, and then magically overnight, that poor lady and her family and this there stop getting attacked as soon as she acquiesces and comes hither to the McDonough. The whole internet just stops attacking her husband despite passing by. Oh, I wonder what's the magic in that with the same players holding wrenches here that were fucking with all of us and still are. Oops.
Unless something kicks loose, and I'm going to tell them tonight what the key is. And it's not Don, it's not Candace, it's not Grandis, but it's Hunter.
You're a fucking moron. Maybe I should watch all this. I mean, it might be doing your own, but did you miss the part in both your pieces, sort of? Where actually what happened was threats have been levied, fear been driven in, and then what Candace did was actually use your stupid fucking interview to further put Allie and him in fear. Which just her contact on the first night, which is probably why, according to Allie, it took till the second day for them to contact Ellie. Hunter's tone changed around. I'm not afraid of her. You and then certain things that might have happened might. You know what? Mm-mm. Could be made look a certain way by people trying to set up. You know what? Mm-mm. No, nope, nope. Oh well, Jody Sue. Y'all go ahead and give me a minute. mean, I can't disagree that everybody's been fucking tampered with, but when you got H coming out saying they were tampered with basically by this dude, too, or maybe money was involved, that's, but then changing his tune and all that. When Nana and him get involved in the hospital, God bless. What's up with all these people and children? What's up with this guy and children? I don't. And I get it, I know, like, no, I don't. Chances are, mm, mm, now, there's a percentage on this, whether your idiotic self is going to help further put people in fear. Falsely, because of the shit done already, potentially. Potential overhanging threat, shit fed out to feed the year, dumbass. To fuck with others on purpose that you did. And helped along just fine. Despite those all being the wrong people and you didn't care to fucking annihilate them or their children, you fucking piece of shit. Fuck this dude. I just want to say so much. Like right here, I just. Oh, God. Some moments, it's like, I've been biting my fucking tongue for like 4 years. I guess we'll just keep doing that.
Hunter is the key to solving Summerwell's case. And he's an adult now.
Oh, so it's alright, just fuck it. You already fucking with that kid anyway. I don't know, once you come back, see if you can pressure him into a false confession, you piece of shit. Any magical fucking boxes ever put him on? You apparently don't even possess and can't get hands on him with cold case. Wild day. And the needful thing involves getting another one, but without any boxes. Otherwise, you're just never going to be satisfied.
Chris, let's tell people, if you're just joining us, if you're not that.
Who the hell is this lady? Is she legit? What's her career? Do I care? No, not really. I've seen most
Familiar with the Summerwell's case. Hunter was the 15.
Who is this lady? Explain to me what? I don't care.
15-year-old boy that spent time with Summer and Candace on what we think is the last day of her life before
Oh,
her
you bitch.
disappearance. And so Hunter is the son of Allie. Allie, we believe, is deceased.
This is why I don't know. I've only seen her shadow sort of in the background. I don't know. Wait, I think I did see where she's a writer or something. Talked him into this bullshit. And a book cover. Is this the one that tied me out for the smiley face or the gag face or something? After the Moselle bullshit? Do I care? No. No, I do not.
But Chris, we sat down with Allie and Hunter.
I guess it is. Maybe. Do I care? No.
And Allie's grandmother, so that would be Hunter's great-grandmother, for an interview that we've got. Now, after I want to just say, if you want to get up to speed, if you want to refresh yourself.
And there's this character in chat. Right. It has a name very reminiscent of Chase on the case. Right, right. I don't know what the hell's going on right there. In McDonough's chat.
On the case and our coverage of it after.
I noticed that when I was skipping. I was like, and I really skipped once or twice, but maybe once, and then I restarted later on another one, and when I did, it happened to be in another spot. And I was
Tonight's
like, also, mind what?
Live. Our whole playlist on the Summer Wells case is in the description below. So you may want to do some binge watching on that to catch up. But anyway, so Hunter was 15 at the time.
Yeah, or do they need a new truck for their street?
4 years ago, today, when Summer went missing, and Chris sat down with him for an interview. We were there just a couple of weeks after this happened.
Oh, we know. Did y'all pull into town with Raider? Man, I know y'all were tied to them before Summer's case. It's amazing how many people stepped in with Raider. Ain't it?
And I'm not saying Hunter did it.
Even if everybody feigned different associations or
That's not what I'm saying, Trace, and thank you for actually helping me clarify that concept. I'm saying that Hunter was the last one to communicate with Summer outside of the mother giving a story.
I did my research on prescription weight loss, and I'm ready to get my weight under control. The best news?
And he knows something more. And so I'm going to ask his father.
How it. Well, we all know, obviously, that can't actually be true. Henry's not the last one outside of Candace that spoke to, interacted with.
And Hunter. to come forward again to the authorities behind.
Wait. You're gonna ask Hunter and his father, Hiltz, shitbag Hiltz, who's been trying to obtain that child and make him look guilty as fuck and everything else depending on the day of the week. Anybody else get, like, to come forward? Bro, did you see what Hiltz was doing online, like, yesterday? He was using his very handy, capable brother-in-law as entertainment while running his Cash App. His own Cash App. Have you seen how Hunter interacts with his date? Hunter ain't stupid, Hiltz is fucker. And what he's been trying to do to him, they'll play along with it. Yeah, I don't know about you. I don't. The boy's a damn adult, like you said. What's his daddy got to do with anything? Are you okay over there? I mean, I know he couldn't get hands on her, take away the main witness, y'all, in Summer's case for everybody and the tragedy bit crew for cha-ching, right? Much like the splendid Jenny and Adrian's and such, we're trying to sell you on the database, right? Couldn't get hands on littlest witness this way, but like, I mean, what's the deal here? And I mean, obviously, Hunter done swapped teams for Toaster and Nana and whatever the hell was happening in the hospital, while his daddy was trying to make him look like a murderer of several, and having PG put it out on purpose because he couldn't. And he was getting paid for that shit. And then Hunter swaps, okay, this is the greatest mom ever. So I don't know, and Strange Change was flowing. I don't know, buddy. But that's Team Tampering Wells for you, ain't it? You don't know about it. I mean, most of those were your ranch holders when I first got here. Till shit got deep and people started calling out weird shit in the marathon. And everybody got mad that one particular night when everybody's wrenches got taken away. Oh. Like I've seen people got mad when seemingly Penny was pretty upset about nobody confirming certain accounts or I don't know. Weird shit in the background, stock, diversion, fuckery, bullshit. Oh, I don't know, man. What a web.
And bring justice to your friend, Summer.
Wow. You're a real bad detective. Yep. Thank God the real ones know.
And I know that's probably what his dad wants.
I'm sorry. Can y'all raise your hands? Here, no, I mean, like, you don't let the audience participate. I'm not here for algorithms and shit. But, like, just personally in your own life, in the background. Or just hold up your hand. And how many times has Hiltz tried to make Hunter look like he did something to do, or he's a murderer of Leslie, or Allie, or this, that, and the other? How many times over the years can you even count them on two hands? how many times is it like, you know what?
Andrew, I think is his dad's name. But
Yeah, Fred Hill and Ziggy recently gave him money to McDonough. Weirdly enough. And then he went stalking other people and doing weird shit. Where he couldn't possibly afford it to. Probably got paid for that fucker. And then, I mean, like, it's real strange what's going on. Yeah, go get help, McDonough. That's helpful.
I don't know if they trust the cops or not. I don't know if that's possible. Hunter's mom passed away. Miss Leslie passed away, right, Karen?
That's correct.
And
Yeah, I guess that is scary.
I don't know if the grandmother, is she still with us?
That I don't know.
Anybody know if Hunter's grandmother is still with us?
Well, let's be clear that that was Allie's grandmother. Hunter's grandmother is Sherry. That's the mother of Allie.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
So,
It's always like some damn Cam and Alley or some fucking lockdown in Noel situation, ain't it?
I don't know.
Okay. Hunter, if you want to talk again, I'd love to talk with you, pal.
My advice would be for Hunter to go to the fucking real FBI and TBI, any local and surrounding law enforcement agency. And I don't think they would have all had this fella in the front page of the paper as what was it, a YouTuber? Or a social media something, but oh, and didn't Leslie or Hardy confirm that this one wasn't her? Wasn't there a Twitter post or some shit like that when people asked specifically about some shit running? I swear there was. I could swear. I could be wrong though.
And just so the audience knows, Hunter actually communicated twice with the FBI. They came to
Wow. My God, that must mean
his house multiple times to communicate with him and to find out more information about Summer.
twice.
So that should give us all a clue as to why the FBI would have been on their front porch twice.
Look here, super sleuth. I hate to tell you this, but the FBI, TBI, and all local and surrounding law enforcement agencies were at many people's houses and throughout the community and talking to people more than fucking twice. Are you fucking okay? Hell, it's actually lower than I'd figure. I mean, like, shit. Even basic long distance neighbors got more than that is interviews. Like, the hell? Alright, super sleuth.
assist on the federal level.
I just can't help it. This is fucking stupid. Twice. Way to go. Why are you trying to help make him look stupid? What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? Like, I know of other witnesses that are not even remote, nor would they ever be considered suspect, and couldn't be, but they were visited more than twice. But here you're rebelling. They talked to him twice. Well, God, dang him. Shit, fuck.
Because there is still,
Are we in hell right now? And I didn't hear this earlier. It's just, I wish I never had either. That's fact. What the hell?
that possibility. There isn't, I heard this one here, that somebody was saying,
And then he puts up Trace on the case where, and then Under Your Scars, who, by the way, is a member. And I noticed in just the brief minutes I was watching and caught when I skipped in earlier, is playing a little wonky, you know, like certain characters on his blocks often do, you know. Sort of like the meth fins and other sellers. And has nothing, like, seriously, like, in just a few minutes, the amount of bullshit times that one mentioned my name and was allowed to say certain shit, name of this, blah, blah, blah. It's pretty wild what was happening over, especially while Twister and Ginger Snap and the rest of the crew, like always, tried to, they just right on over. And meanwhile, the Nightbot's like, no slander, libel, no full names, no this, no da 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 that, no derogatory or blame, blah, blah, blah. Oh, but others being deleted as long as it was everywhere else but me. Shit seemed a little odd to me. I believe in the chat, people are even allowed to call me Looney Tunes, putting out narratives. Thankfully, I know who those characters are by the real name. It's fucking wonderful. I'm sure those people over there in those chats know exactly who it was too, what was left. Love the narrative. I ain't limited. I'm pissed the fuck off and fed up with years of this shit.
that there was a burglar or something like that, and it went to a PI or something.
Now we're talking about Jensen's stupid, fake, fucking bullshit ass. Fuck that dude too. And they try to pimp some Livy and blowing their belts too in the rotation to lift off views and algorithms up for the 15th so they could all do this day and pick up some potential matter again. Rinse, repeat. Right? Hell no. I mean, how you doing? How you doing? I swear to God, that algorithm just, it brought up a commercial advertising hands-free travel shoes. Okay. They're the most basic bitch looking khaki things I've ever seen. They're probably only
Look, let's not keep
$999.03 and 56,000 easy payments and shit. Well, goofy shit.
confusing the issue here. The issues here are 5-year-old little girls just don't disappear from the basement of a house on Ben Hill Road in Hawkins County, Tennessee. And burglars don't break into houses. And first of all, what are you stealing out of that house? Have you guys seen the video? Now, we could say tweakers, stealing a torn up toaster, but the video speaks for itself, and there is no way another criminal, went to that house to steal items out of that house. And all that does, it shows.
Oh my god. Sir, have you ever even interacted with even one singular deputy or a fucking individual from Hawkins County or even a fucking jailer? You're a goddamn moron. I don't think there's anybody in the community that will tell you that people will not go around stealing shit in broad daylight and breaking homes in Hawkins County or otherwise in Northeast Tennessee or in this area locally. Matter of fact, you as a cop should know that a lot of times burglars actually enter places. Now, I mean, I get what you're saying. I don't think it would, because that falls into the Jensen horse shittery, but so bullshit, whatever, right? I agree with you, but, seriously, dude, you as a cop should know that. God, I remember even like Inside Edition when it was still popular, like 91. I'm sure you remember that, right? Like, they're running pieces telling people to beware of, you know, their movement and work schedules, like, even in big cities and shit. Because guess what? A lot of thieves come along knowing you're at goddamn work during the day. Yeah. In big cities and it's funny. But I don't think there's anybody here locally that will. I don't know, like, we caught Fred stealing from the house, antiques and shit in broad daylight. Dawn's known to steal in broad daylight. Marlene and them for sure. I mean, others, damn sure. Most of the crew, I mean, like, this is like a known one. Yeah, right? And a billion others besides just those. I don't know it. We got receipts of some of the fucking tweakers coming face. I think I've shown this. Some of the tweakers at another diamond run off in Dawn's portion of the ditch on there. Wanting out nowhere, but yet they were stealing shit. They just moseyed right on it, broad daylight. And You know, like they were stealing shit off the porch. Antiques, movies, whatever, at the time. Yeah, buddy. That's kind of a thing. Are you a fucking idiot? Can't be, right? Hey, y'all, don't worry. Crime only happens after dark. But do I believe that it was that this or no? Do I know that Donna got, and that's part of my homework and everything. That dog trail shit. That shit have been used so many times. The people that come up the dog trail and stolen shit during a convenient time of day. Blah, blah. Right? But, you know, it's just that the whole story, right? Something parked down there, somebody walking over, and then still in broad daylight. In a very short time span, have been used so many times before. That's my issue. But, and so that's why I call bullshit on all that. But I think that potentially was also formulated to fuck with others that they then called that evening too. See how it works? Jesus Christ. Now who knows, maybe one is at some point or some level involved or responsible. Couldn't tell you. I think there's a whole lot of fear responses from some of those characters are afraid that fucking shit could be flipped or blamed on. Or they could be set up for falsely. And they'd done it between each other prior for little petty shit this here and tit for tat through the years. They knew what each other were capable of, so they knew to have fear. That's the fucking problem for me with all that. Anyway, I just whatever. Yeah, but I have no fear, folks. Apparently, crime only happens after dark. It's like a 7 to 7 thing or something. I don't fucking know.
The amateur level and amateur hour of anybody that would confuse that with reality. There are only a few players in this situation. And if we read this Newsweek or News Nation article, it says Sunday marks 4 years since
His favorite place. Which makes the second mark even more spectacular. Because I did look up a certain thing about it, and it was in this. So you can't feign ignorance. This is fucking wonderful.
Summer Wells disappeared from her home in Tennessee. She was reported missing June 15, 2021. There's been an active Amber Alert ever since. Her parents said, now, I've gone over this many, many times over the last 4 years. And these would be sentences that are interjected by the parties. no other witnesses, no other comments. So you're left with the parties. And that's why I've always felt, and this is the first time you've heard it tonight, the fact that Candace went over to Hunter's house after his interviews with the FBI and said to him, "What did you say?" He is the only one that's not what the parents said. He's the only one in the circle right now around Summer that said something different potentially about the parents. We heard Allie say some things. We heard Leslie give some observations. But that was just kind of historical information that they had about the relationship between Candace and the kids. And then when we add the dynamic of the state of Tennessee, the state is also investigating the disappearance of Summer. So let's keep that at the same plane. The state, TBI, Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, they are the state. There's another part of the state, and it's called Child Protective Service, CPS. CPS came in and took the 3 kids, the other surviving boys.
You just use so many extra goddamn words. Shit that aren't necessary.
Out of that home for their safety. For their safety.
Yeah, okay.
And place them into the foster care system under the order of the court and the protection of the court. Well, those kids are starting to get older now. And it was interesting that the most recent interview with the parents, or a parent, their own children have blocked them. And they won't communicate with them. So now we go back.
Excuse me? What the fuck did McDonough just say? Oh my god. We're gonna be here all night, folks. Buckle up. My point here is, yeah, we'll get to it. It's here in the first few minutes. Maybe I already skipped over it. I'll go back in a second and see. Holy shit, I wish I'd not went any further. Should have looked at that and gotten the timestamp again.
This article. Ever since her parents said that she was helping her mother and went over to Hunter's house.
I rewound just a bit. I want to hear this bullshitter again.
After his interviews with the FBI and said to him, "What did you say?" He is the only one that's not what the parents said. He's the only one in the circle right now around Summer that said something different potentially about the parents.
You know, if it wasn't you, McDonough, that did all the shit, somehow somebody found a butler and somebody in the background, like some of the local YouTubers that knew Allie and Candace Nunn before Summer vanished, that didn't put out the it's done text all this shit to Hunter to then have Allie and Hunter aim dead ass at others and da 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 within this first couple. Like, somebody did that. Or Candace showed that to Hunter on purpose. And then you helped Flair it, even though it was dead ass wrong, had nothing to do with anything. It wasn't a fucking thing, dude. But you didn't know that. You didn't care to destroy people's lives with it. But you allowed it. You should be asking, who am I and what and where that came from, how it got there, and if all those weren't combined in a way to throw mud and Jill and chaos out there. You should probably be asking that question. Especially with that touchy-feely shit you helpfully aired that's also not right. And the Alley only naming Andy, though I know her and Candace and Hunter all know that that was not Big Bad, and it wasn't the biggest followed name, but for some reason I give out that name. That's fucking weird, don't you think? But hey, you did the things, right? And you unbleeped them for extras. And you got an airstream. And then you did extra shit to all of us.
We heard.
And then Squall and them connected with your little group there of the ranch holders, did blackmail these other fucking things around marathons, and falsely started targeting people's sons and making them look slut. Do you know what's happened to people in real life because of your fuckery there, McDonough? I hope one day you become aware. Actually, you know what? You're on Squall and everybody else is what you've done. The other children that were only witnesses. What's been done to them because of you. Some of the most horrifying shit you could ever fucking imagine. Because of you. And Squall. And Team Wells. And all you got in tragedy.
Probably say some things. We heard less.
I'll keep that.
Give some observations. But that was just kind of historical information that they had about the relationship between Candace and the kids. And then when we add the dynamic of the state of Tennessee, the state is also investigating the disappearance of Summer. So let's keep that at the same plane. The state, TBI, Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, they are the state. There's another.
Thank God he clarified that for us fucking peons. Our brains couldn't have understood. I don't know. Does Tennessee Highway Patrol count as state, you think, McDonough? Too. I'm asking. They were involved too. Just saying.
Part of the state, and it's called Child Protective Service, CPS. CPS came in and took the 3 kids, the other surviving boys, out of that home for their safety. and place them in.
Well, Candace and I did have tweakers from Squall's group that are connected with all those wrench holders, yours and buddies throughout many cases. But they did have Amy tapes them tweaking the fuck out on the hill and on the news around those boys at the time, so that could have been a concern for safety as well. Not just big bad YouTubers. Well, gotta insert them all, right?
Foster care
There's just far too many connections right here.
system under the order of the court and the protection of the court. Well, those kids are starting to get older now. And it was interesting that the most recent interview with the parents, or a parent, who communicates, their own children have blocked them. And they won't communicate with them. So now we go back to this.
You saying that Dawn said the children have blocked him and are no longer communicating with him? Sir, I don't believe that's what Dawn said at all in the interview on the news. They've not been allowed to communicate. No, he said DCS. Since the court case have blocked his number or will no longer communicate with him. But they either blocked or deleted his number. He did not say his children had blocked or deleted. He's not supposed to have contact with those anyway. And they signed right. What the fuck? And that's been pretty long noon. Do you just pull shit out of your ass? Don't answer that. I mean, call me crazy, but considering they're not supposed to have had any contact for years with the boys, considering that I done haven't and have sworn they have, whatever, you know. But I took this to me in DCS on the interview, though.
She's just having nightmares.
After Summer's disappearance, the Wells' three oldest boys were put into Department of Children's Services custody, with Dawn and Candace eventually citing their rights over.
We haven't received any updates from them, no contact. And in fact, they deleted the phone number, blocked my phone. As soon as we got done with that case and signed our children over.
And still today, one word describes their entire situation.
It's heartbreaking.
I mean, and I mean, this was 2 years ago.
No matter what situation she's in, she's lost her freedom. Even if she's alive, she's lost her freedom. She can't be seen in public.
About a month after she was reported missing, her three older brothers were placed into DCS custody.
We really want our boys back home. If Summer was to be found today, we wouldn't be able to see her or talk to her. And we can't talk to our boys.
Were they in touch with Candace when you were in jail?
Yes.
But did something change when you got out of jail?
The only thing that changed is suddenly we weren't allowed to contact them at all.
Wells spent a little more than 8 months in the Hawkins County Jail.
And that was 2 years ago. And there's been many posts by them saying they couldn't have contact. I know Candace told me a very long time ago, but it dawned on me how it doesn't matter, but whatever. Depends on what's true and what's not. But I took the news piece the other day to mean DCS people had deleted or blocked Dawn's number. But whatever.
Ever since her parents said that she was helping her mother and grandmother plant flowers before she went inside to play with her toys, then she was never seen again. Now think about this. The media has narrowed the concept of what happened to Summer based on what the parents said to 2 lines in a news article.
The media has narrowed what
grandmother plant flowers before she went inside to play with her toys. Then she was never seen again. 5-year-olds don't vanish.
No kidding. Nobody just vanishes, McDonough.
They don't vanish. They do not vanish.
Nobody just vanishes.
Wells' mother, Candace Wells, said, "I yelled downstairs for her a couple of times and didn't get an answer," which was unusual because usually she always answers me. So I went down there to check, and she was nowhere inside. She was just gone.
I always heard that as insight, but who the fuck knows, really?
She was just gone. 4 years later, police are still searching for answers in Summerwell's disappearance. Police have been told about a pickup truck that was reportedly seen in the area around when the 5-year-old vanished. However, they only know that it's either red or maroon Toyota truck with ladders on the back. And remember, they found that truck. But the parents keep...
I'm sorry, what the fuck did you just say? That's weird, because they've still got it listed on the state, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. The state Tennessee Bureau of Investigation website. In Summers Q&A. You'd think it would have been pretty big splashy news if they'd ever located that red or maroon pickup truck. No. Or they would have removed it from the state, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation website. Odd they've not. I know, because when I heard your dumbass say this, I went and checked again. Still there. I'm confused. I'm lost here. Now, I know one bullshit thing that was being fed out early on about one blah blah and the pictures, whatever, and the side of the interstate, and not to hate all this shit, right? But we were told that was bullshit. Right? Take that as you will. And then, of course, you had Robin probably being fed that bullshit. And then thinking it hadn't been found. And then marking out the damn truck from the posters. Yeah, and I remember she told you about that while she was touching your arm. And y'all were laughing about pores touching carpets in church. And how pores and weird people who might use churches shouldn't be allowed in, and you're like, oh, there's a great Bible story about that. God forbid the poors get in. Anyway, people should be dressed better, says Olstein. I don't know what the fuck's wrong with people. Anyway, but yeah. I don't know, man. I know even after Robin's crossing out, that weird ass fucking post, weird shit being put out about the truck being found. It's like, I know that They were still. So I don't know. I just know it's still over on the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation on some merch thing. I feel like they would remove that, or at least stated that the truck had been found and the driver talked to, and they were not, everything been clear. I don't know. I mean, maybe, maybe they wouldn't say it publicly, but they'd at least be like, we look at it. It's fine. Blah blah blah. Oh, and then there was that time Dawn fucked up. When before we left, Pino moved out. Narcissus there about killed us the night he decided that after you put up through all the shit, right? Um, and no, maybe you hadn't acquired him yet with Tiffany Marie. I can't remember. Before she acquired him with her team for you and handed him over for money somewhere between you and Molly Golightly and all that. Acquisitions and specialists about like Trevor Lee. So anyway, so like there was that time Don about killed my ass, being all narcissus about it, because apparently him and Chasing and what turned to be Sherry had done an interview, and because of another neighbor's daughter got shot, and he went directly to YouTube about it, and then the whole truck mix-up happened, the mix-up, where I thought at first it was a mix-up. I think it was a way that actually what Don wanted was to be rid of that red truck for some reason. I'm not sure why. But either way, the red truck that wrecked at the bottom of the and was, that red truck. But it wasn't at the bottom of the road, it's like you said. But what Chasing and Cher did was, oh my God, that was on the 15th, so it defied all common sense, logic, and reason. But the world was like, oh God, that red truck that's right at the bottom. That's the one they're looking. Yeah, okay. People are stupid. Either way, point is, Don let that fly. I was like, no, didn't you hear that? They just got and that, like, the red truck still, bro, you need to contact whoever the fuck that is and let them know it was a break and something in your Wi-Fi or something. That way I was like, oh, dude. It's like, yeah, dude, you didn't hear that and catch that? They think that's, like, from the 15th, man. He's like, oh, okay. You give a fuck. He gave more of a fuck about trying to explain away his sister. I think, holy shit, Fairy tale and that shit the fuck out. My dad said she did it empty. Never, bro. Anyway. But yeah, I think they'd remove it from the state website. You'd think, or hopefully. No, whatever, I don't know. The amount of red truck fucker around there, I can attest to it, because, Lord, some of your favorite people, like Tiffany Marie, who you went over visiting when they took down your channel on McDonough. And this other, and she played your savior while you advertised your fucking music. All that. She did that to Josh too, even though she was so responsible for so and she did it to Ziggy with that, and then she did it to, I don't know, everybody else when all those funky things happened while they're being targeted and took down, and she played the Angel 11, so it was great. I just love the Tiffany Marie jerk. Don't y'all? Oh, and the sleigh jerk with Cayman Alley before they got taken down. I love it. It's amazing how Tiffany just lets it. Still humble enough. Anyway, so the weird shit is, right? Like, I don't know, man. I can testify because Tiffany there, who one moment, so. real good friend of yours, and your savior and shit. Like, she helped give family members heart attacks over particular. Even though they clearly weren't it either. The amount of red truck fuckery around here, let me tell you. You think you'd be aware.
Putting that into the narrative, into the environment.
Narratives, you say?
Since there aren't many clues, if police do end up finding the truck, they still aren't sure if it's connected to her disappearance. But Wells' father said he won't stop praying that Summer Wells is found. You see, the pickup truck is being fed by Don Wells to the media. He's saying, well, the cops haven't found it. Yes, they have. And they've eliminated it. So now.
Then why is it still there on the state website? Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. I checked earlier, it's still there. Why is your beloved News Nation still listening? Why are law enforcement and other media, even the last year, still mentioning it? And I gotta tell you, the whispers that red truck, McDonough, were in that road before dark the first night. I don't think they were necessarily being put up, but and I sort of know which state they fall in, who actually. You know what? I don't like you much.
This is why it's important with the latest information with this.
Then why did Lawson say that it was a company worker? He's seen the truck. Or a company type guy. That's seen the truck. On the 14th or 15th. McDonough. When he just said the parents seen the red truck, when somebody said that. And here's one for you.
Speaking with neighbors about the night Summer TBI officials say in the process of speaking with neighbors about the night Summer disappeared, officials are looking for the driver of a Toyota pickup truck who was seen in the Beach Creek community.
Neighbors.
Also tonight, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation says misinformation being shared on social media is hindering their efforts to find missing Hawkins County 5-year-old Summer Wells. They continue to urge the public only to share information from official sources. TBI has been looking for a maroon or red Toyota Tacoma truck. They say the person driving it may have been a witness in Summer's disappearance. They say a photo circulating on social media of a truck that says it has been located is not true. It was not released by law enforcement. They say they have heard of people asking for donations from the public and saying they're assisting law enforcement in that search. Again, TBI says this.
TBI, Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, State McDonough, August 4th of 21. Well, after there, and after hearing Robin's thing and the theory and all things, and sharing and chasing and Don's things, all that shit, right? Yep, they say that, TBI, despite social media claims, truck driven by potential witness still not found and search for somewhere else. And they cite. I'm confused. What the hell? Um, hmm.
Probation over a DUI charge. Now, the parents' actions have unfolded on social media several different times, and today the TBI said that unfortunately, some people like YouTube content creators are using this case for personal gain and soliciting donations. But I did speak with one YouTube content creator who has a former law enforcement background, and he tells me that if used correctly, social media can be a help.
So this is a powerful tool if utilized correctly and embraced by LE as a whole, because this is the 21st century now.
Social media rumors and YouTube sleuths have clouded the Summer Wells case.
I've interviewed thousands.
They called you a YouTube post, buddy. In the paper and in the news.
Serial killers to ministers. Welcome to the
But one has taken it by storm, with thousands.
been around to all the. I was also trying to contact all of this information had been provided. It was edited because I felt that some of the information that he was providing at that time should not be out there.
Right.
Chris McDonough wasn't.
I don't know. You can go back through all the years, it's still there, man. I don't know. Damn. Must be one of them Grassy Creek specials. Ain't that something? It's weird. You should have heard how long that shit was there. It's definitely one of them Grassy Creek specials. It's awful long. Hanging out near fence lines and shit. Did you hear that? It's alright. The camera's got it. Love the turn and go though. It's amazing. It escaped me. So did the make and model and who that is. Dear, like I said, goddamn Gracie Creek specials. Bless them. Anyway. Sound of that engine, bro. It'll get you every time. Whatever. Y'all do you. My tree, it shooketh. Oh my gosh, Ernie, that is freaking terrible. That was terrible. Alright, hell with it. I was looking for peace from Watson, but I'm not going through all it. But anyway, here's the TBI newsroom, McDonough. Here it is. You'd think they'd delete this if the red truck wasn't still being sold. Now, I know the first piece, it said, after neighbors, red truck, right? But why did you release information about a Toyota truck? An individual who travels through the area regularly as part of his job stated that he recalls possibly seeing a 98 to 2000 maroon red Toyota Tacoma with full bed ladder rack and white buckets in the truck bed. The individual stated the truck might have been parked in the area of Beach Creek Road and Ben Hill Road in the late afternoon to early evening on either Monday, June 14th or Tuesday, June 15th. That vehicle was not captured on surveillance cameras. In an effort to cover all bases and identify the driver, the TBI, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation State, in agreement with the Hawkins County Sheriff's Office and the FBI, released the vehicle description. Our hope was that the individual might have information that could help the investigation. The driver has not come forward, nor have the hundreds of vehicles reported to us as matching the description panned out. Now, they just updated this. Updated 6/14 to make you would think if that needed to be removed, they'd remove it. If the truck had been found, they'd be like, at the time we did all the things. So I'm concerned here. And that the piece I played was released after you were in, and you and Robin.
Or use your phone.
Probably after, honestly, Cher and Chasing and Dawn did the thing, and all the things. I don't know. Pictures circulating, internet, social media. I don't know. It's weird, man.
Your head protrudes forward, and for every inch your head.
Because what ends up happening is an investigation, without staying focused, you start getting all this other noise coming in. So I'm going to eliminate the noise again tonight. For her a couple of times and didn't get an answer, which was unusual because usually she always answers me. So I went down there to check, and she was nowhere inside. She was just gone. She was just gone. 4 years later, police are still searching for answers in Summerwell's disappearance. Police have been told about a pickup truck that was reportedly seen in the area around when the 5-year-old vanished. However, they only know that it's either red or maroon Toyota truck with ladders on the back. And remember, they found that truck. But the parents keep putting that into the narrative, into the environment. Since there aren't many clues, if police do end up finding the truck.
Except it was actually, something question, and that piece of just played it. After talk with neighbors, then eventually becomes company guy. And it's still there on the state website, the state Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. And then it was actually you and Robin posters. Dawn and Cher and Chasing, that crew. I don't know, man. Okay.
They still aren't sure if it's connected to her disappearance. But Wells' father said he won't stop praying that Summer Wells is found. You see, the pickup truck is being fed by Don Wells to the media. He's saying, well, the cops haven't found it. Yes, they have.
But what do you mean it's being fed out by Don to the media? Because I'll tell you what, the first time, other than whispers in the road that night, when Dawn wasn't even down there to be the one whispering, yeah, it wasn't Dawn. And, what do you mean? Because it was law enforcement that then come along and car teams there question us about, see if we all knew anything about all that. I don't recall it being like journalists or media, you know. And as the TBI newsroom states, you know, they say that, they say that in an effort to cover all bases and identify the driver, the TBI, in agreement with the Hawkins County Sheriff's Office and the FBI, released the vehicle description. So it seems like they released that information to the media there, McDonough, and not Don Wells. I'm confused. Have you ever been over to the state website? I'm lost here, man. Aren't you? Hell, it looked like Dawn's actually trying to eliminate that sucker to make people believe it had been found. So it seemed like to me, like maybe that being told to Robin to where she marked out posters. Seems like people wanted the red truck to actually vanish. Quite frankly, I know after I sort of became aware of all things and that wasn't really accidental with chasing and shared it. And then the Robin thing, I was like, holy shit. Was he trying to get rid of the red truck? What the hell's going on there? And as I recall, didn't Dawn on that first interview with Candace go, I don't know. Seems rather, what was it Dawn said? Seems rather something to me. I don't know how you call this. Elusive. Seems rather elusive to me. Won't you just come forward if you know something or seen something? I think that's what he said about the red truck in the first interview. Around the time you came into play. That was the first interview with him and Candace. I'm sorry. And he was like, I don't know. We don't know nothing about no red truck. Seems rather elusive to me. Think you'd show yourself if you knew something and you were just a witness. I feel like you're going to make us feel guilty. Or, and then after. Between Robin and Cher and Stacey, it seems like Dawn actually didn't want the red truck to exist. But I gotta tell you, Dawn ain't the first place anybody's seen or heard about a red truck. And it looks like you saying Dawn's the one feeding out to the media would be wrong. And that's according to the TBI newsroom. They say themselves they're the ones that released it to the media. them, Hawkins, and the FBI agreed to release the description. Now, you tell me that, well, I may have heard whispers in that road before dark. I mean, Don wasn't down there running them up. For sure. You tell me we all heard whispers of it? And then the next people to come along, like real feds and stuff to question or anything about it, like eventually, like, were they pushing narratives or something? Or whatever. They're like, I don't know, man. They seem pretty serious about it. And all those given them, I know they immediately sent people to, I mean, instantly verify and vet certain ones when told of their existence by certain people. So, like, I don't know, man. Were they secretly working for Dawn? Fucking hell, McDonough. Jesus H.
And they've eliminated it. So now, this is why it's important with the latest information, with this burglar theory now, which is not.
It ain't information. Some douchebag pretend to be something that's been in and around all the same Famore places and the YouTubians for years and high profiles. He's often featured on News Next Year, one of those. As I recall. Weird that. Anyway, they just get anybody on there, won't they? Yeah, he's a joke. Love how everybody in this group is lifting that shit up though again. Right? Same damn mid crew. Bullhorns, Olivia's, others. Tension on it like it's really something. Why? Why be oh. Never mind. Don't answer that.
Because what ends up happening is an investigation, without staying focused, you start getting all this other noise coming in. So I'm going to eliminate the noise again tonight. And it's not complicated.
So in order to do that, you're going to go get hilts. You just put out false bullshit around the red truck. Now people won't look for red truck or help find a witness or anything. No, okay. And you're making Hunter look like yeah, okay. This seems like you're eliminating or taking down some of the noise. Man, it sure does, buddy.
This noise is not complicated tonight. It's actually not very sophisticated either. This is not a situation like a Michael Vaughn, who a little boy is out on the street and vanishes. In this situation, it's a very controlled environment. It's a very small environment.
I'm trying to figure out the .com. How can you compare a child vanishing in the city versus the country and say the one in the country is simpler than, and then Michael's, who had been thrown with even more neighbors and all that, and you know what? You just do you. Okay, whatever. We're just gonna listen.
It's a rural environment. So this idea of, okay, well, who's who in terms of the line of communication here?
What does that even mean? This is just so nonsensical. Just look here, Thunder.
It's not complicated.
I had to rewind.
This noise is not complicated tonight. It's actually not very sophisticated either.
Yeah, it's Monjol taking a listing of the bullshit there is.
This is not a situation like a Michael Vaughn, who a little boy is out on the street and vanishes. In this situation, it's a very controlled environment. It's a very small environment, and it's a rural environment. So this idea of, okay, well, who's who in terms of the line of communication here?
This idea.
Sophisticated either. This is not a situation like a Michael Vaughn, who a little boy is out on the street and vanishes. In this situation, it's a very controlled environment. It's a very small environment, and it's a rural environment. So this idea of, okay, well, who's who in terms of the line of communication here?
This idea of who's who in this line of communication. This idea of who's who in terms of line of communication. It's like filler hell.
And what has been the information that's been provided by the individuals? The authorities know what was said from day one, and that's where you need to stay today.
Okay.
Day one. Not day 40, 50, 60, and now we're into 4 years, almost 1,200 and something days.
Okay, buddy.
Day one. Because day one were the most leaks in the cistern, for lack of a better analogy. Day one, the water was coming out of the cistern. Because by day 15 and 16, when Karen and I went up there to meet the family, the cistern was starting to adapt.
That wasn't, you know what? Yeah, right before you interviewed Hunter before Cindy. Uh, but either way, but that cistern adapts in real time, quickly. Love that you think that wasn't happening until that far in, though. Pretty sure Elliot done caught on to that. Knew what the fuck they're working with in real time.
And Phil,
Yeah. Let's not forget, you had no, but you're. I had her. She's gonna confess. Yeah, no, that cistern was done expecting you, bro. That cistern was done gonna use your ass sideways. And you helped it. And that's held it on. They're all still just built like that. Don't know if it speaks to one way or the other with them. They just built like that. And throughout the years, they do the same cistern fuck shit. Even on basic shit. That's a problem. Same stories, same prefab, same base. I don't know. And then by the time we're ready to fuck around with jackasses like you who help unknowingly or not, I don't know. I know what happened though because of this fuckery. And that was the destruction and targeting of many innocent children and people and neighbors, witnesses, and I do not mean just like the kids and I there. I mean many witnesses, neighbors, otherwise people in and around Summer's life, community, the being able to go, the creepy guys, this one, that one, the other, this news article, this guy, the freak, this or that, the other. and you allowed your platform and unbeeping to be used for what were lies and bullshit from the beginning. Something dark side was already happening from the cistern direction, buddy. And people may be afraid. Who the hell really knows, right?
The gaps, and then ultimately confusion. Remember, they blamed the parents in Michael Vaughn's case too, right away. They went after Tyler like wolves.
Who did? Who did? You mean social media? That you promised would stop if everybody came and talked to you, you could make it better, and then magically it stopped.
And then all of a sudden, these other suspects appeared.
At least that's in the background there somewhere, ain't it?
In this case, though, the difference is she's in a basement by herself.
I believe the story goes, oh, we get your story out this area and and then it'll make a clear picture world and then it'll stop. And then magically it stopped up here. Even though you were not and still are not big enough to make anything like that happen all on your alone. I guess that depends on who you connect. But all these YouTubians be attacking even after police said they were cleared with polygraphs. Whatever. But then they all just magically stop overnight and everybody becomes whatever. That's how the story goes, isn't it? Yeah, I believe it is.
With soft
Define embedded.
pornography on the TV. Girls Gone. Remember, they blamed the parents in Michael Vaughn's case too, right away. They went after Tyler like wolves.
You mean like this group on social media does the same one, and half of those, well, more than how they go after people in every single case that somehow you're involved into, like Sebastian's, like those all ends that you helped pick up with Trevor, took over for Tiffany. I mean, I'm confused here. Like Emma and Smiley and how parents and people first brought forward after acquisition specialists pull them over for MJ or whoever else, right? Or they're hunting them down, you know? And they get them and acquire them, and then these groups work in conjunction, and they all know each other. I don't know. Profiling evil. Adventures with Equus, or you name it. There's so many years of it, right? Connections. But either way, the point is, they pull them over here, and then the image chats go wild, eat them alive like wolves, and the Smileys eat the Chris alive like wolves until someone acquiesces, right? And then as long as they'll play with, and all of a sudden they're like, oh, I don't know. But then one's always semi-eating or tearing it, And that way there's always back and forth, good versus evil, tribalism, team sports. Yeah. Makes others there feel good about their day to day. I don't know, they get to vote. Interactive true crime, right? Blood on blood, Lord of the Flies. Shit makes money, why the hell not? Yeah, well organized.
And then all of a sudden, these other suspects appeared. In this case, though, the difference is she's in a basement by herself with soft pornography on the TV. Girls Gone Wild.
He just really told us that Summer was alone in a basement with soft pornography on in the basement. Girls Gone Wild. Do you have fucking Alzheimer's, sir? Are we all tripping like Fantastic here or something? What the fuck did you just say? I know he did.
Day one, the water was coming out of the cistern. Because by day 15 and 16, when Karen and I went up there to meet the family, the cistern was starting to adapt and fill the gaps. And then ultimately, confusion. Remember, they blamed the parents in Michael Vaughn's case, too. Right away. They went after Tyler like wolves. And then all of a sudden, these other suspects appeared. In this case, though, the difference is she's in a basement by herself with soft pornography on the TV. Girls Gone Wild.
Y'all heard that, right? Right? Now I know that there was some racing of things. Hiding of things I know that I haven't downloaded. Hmm. I don't even know how it brings up that fish. I can't figure out if the raccoons are out here fighting, or if they're laughing at this shit too. Y'all hear them? They're in a moody mood tonight. I wouldn't say they're necessarily fighting. They are chit-chatting about it. One is more in their feels than the other. Damn, this one is jacked. Let me see if this is it. And y'all, I just gotta point this out here. But this is McDonough in 21 at the end of it. About the red truck.
Something, an intentional act of some sort.
Oh, and in this piece, he thinks Summer's brothers. But now, tonight, it's that Hunter is. And he's gonna go get Hiltz to help him out.
The investigators, and we heard Sheriff Lawson even say today that everything is still on the table.
You have been in contact with the parents, Don and Candace. Are you still in touch with them now?
Not currently, no.
What's the deal with this red truck? It is potentially a piece of this puzzle. Have you heard anything about the truck? Has it led to any evidence or information for investigators?
Well, at this point, TBI has reported that the red truck, they want to try to contact that individual who may have been driving it. There is a witness who is really vague about whether it was around the area on the 14th or the 15th. So it could have been the day before or the day of Summer's disappearance. However, I think what they want to do is just check the box to eliminate that truck. They have eliminated a lot of red trucks in that area.
How closely would investigators be looking?
Weird how at the end of 21 you knew that the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation was still trying to locate that truck.
And she went down in this dark basement.
And that many had been eliminated. And that it was indeed TBI who were seeking. And that but then here we are now. I'm very fucking lost here. Anyway, but the point is, McDonough, I know shit's vanished online here, but, and it shit people called you out for because you said that there was porn playing on the TV when you went in the house, with Candace. And then the world called you out and was like, man, that was a Girls Gone Wild commercial. You know. Hold on. You're claiming fame here, right?
Encapsulated her. So I want to show some of this video for folks at home, and I want us to walk through exactly what you saw inside this home.
So this is
Chris, so this is
Oh, there it is. There's the money shot, right, McDonough? There's y'all walking down in the basement with Candace. Here.
And Summer's room. So I asked her if she'd take me down there. She did, and so we crawl through there.
So
now,
can I stop you real quick, Chris? Because so this is the only way to get to
There it
Summer
is.
and the parents' room is through this.
So that's Candace clearly. And the Girls Gone Wild played in the background. It's a commercial. It's been airing since like 1991. Anyway. But yeah, you're the one that put out that shit, dude. And you said it was porn. Then the world called you out on it. And then you're like, well, good commercial. And then everything and mentions of it sort of, off on. But anyway, yeah. I've got it. Let's listen to you again now.
To play. While her two, and then all of a sudden these other suspects appeared. In this case, though, the difference is she's in a basement by herself with soft pornography on the TV.
Look here, Alzheimer's. You do remember that was Candace you walked down into the basement with, and you proclaimed as porn at that time, got called out, and it was a damn commercial. That was not Summer in the basement with you? Karen, you gotta get control of that guy over. This is getting fucking ridiculous. Why is he telling us Summer was alone in the basement with soft porn playing? What the hell is going on right now? Listen to this.
Days. Day one. Because day one were the most leaks in the cistern, for lack of a better analogy. Day one, the water was coming out of the cistern. Because by day 15 and 16, when Karen and I went up there to meet the family, the cistern was starting to adapt and fill the gaps. And then ultimately, confusion. Remember, they blamed the parents in Michael Vaughn's case, too. Right away. They went after Tyler like wolves. And then all of a sudden, these other suspects appeared. In this case, though, the difference is she's in a basement by herself with soft pornography on the TV. Girls Gone Wild. And she went down in this dark basement to play while her two brothers allegedly were.
McDonough, that was Candace and you in the basement. With Girls Gone Wild in the background. Commercial. Not summer. What the hell? Okay.
Upstairs. And her mother was outside, apparently. So the mother's story, when she walked her back to the house for that day, when she walked her back
to the house for that day. It's like filler hell.
Into that house that day, her story is she lost sight of her. And she's never been seen again. So we can eliminate the burglar story almost instantaneously because
But the burglar story is not Dawn and Candace's, dude. That's fucking Jensen's or whoever the fuck. I don't know whoever made it up in this group to go with it with MGL and Olivia and the mids. It's hard telling, right? Anyway, but why are you even pushing it like it's a thing? Everybody knows this shit's bull. Like, I don't recall them saying there was a burglar. This Jensen snare correlating that or saying that somehow falsely is what Candace and Donna. Why are you mingling these things? Isn't Jensen out there in Utah too? I mean, Brooks did say it was slow on working jobs. I guess everybody's trying to help him out in Utah or from Utah. I mean, y'all should know each other well too, just like you and Brooks do. And they're like, boys hard up for it. Eyes and clicks and views. Man. Oh my. I mean, I'm sure y'all talk enough when you're visiting back and forth with News Nation.
2 boys were home. They would have been the first one to say, Mom, I hear something in the basement.
Huh?
And she's never been seen again. So we can eliminate the burglar story almost.
The fuck was that? Your Nickelodeon Are You Afraid of the Dark voice?
Instantaneously because those 2 boys were home. They would have been the first one to say, Mom,
Hold up.
I hear something in the basement with soft pornography on the TV. Girls Gone Wild. And she went down in this dark basement to play while her 2 brothers allegedly were upstairs and her mother was outside apparently. So, and then all of a sudden these other suspects appeared. In this case though, the difference is she's in a basement by herself with soft pornography on the TV. Girls Gone Wild. And she went down in this dark basement to play while her 2 brothers allegedly were upstairs and her mother was outside apparently.
Well, we're 4 years, and and almost, and this fella still thinks off and on it. And I guess as of on the 15th, just a few hours ago, Summer only has 2 brothers, and I'd love to tell you it's the first time I heard him say it, dude. It ain't. Mm-hmm. This is weird shit. Hey? Gabe's really been investigating and keeping up with things, guys.
So the mother's story, remember they blamed the parents in Michael Vaughn's case too. Right away. They went after Tyler like wolves. And then all of a sudden these other suspects appeared.
Mm.
In this case though, the difference is she's in a basement by herself with soft pornography on the TV. Girls Gone Wild. And she went down in this dark basement to play while her 2 brothers allegedly were upstairs and her mother was outside apparently. So the mother's story, when she walked her back to the house for that day, when she walked her back into that house that day, her story is she lost sight of her and she's never been seen again. So we can eliminate the burglar story almost instantaneously because those 2 boys were home. They would have been the first one to say, Mom.
Because those 2 boys were home. So not a slip, you did it again. 2. Alright. You said it, McDonough. not the rest of us. And it ain't the first time.
I hear something in the basement. I think it's a burglar.
It's like watching Don B just wake up. Strong little story. Well, somebody come in, the boys be like, hey, Mom, we hear something in the basement. It's a burglar. What? Sham fucking well. Y'all, I swear some days you have to be like, 'cause it's real.
As soon as she pulls up,
And the thing is, though, you just have to go, you know, what kind of a listing module bullshit, well organized group shit is this? How's it being used? How could it be done? Blah, blah. Meant to pull people in around certain days they think are watching, da, 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 right? And then go, well, over the years, how many times have I heard certain folks just pull out whatever? Yeah. And do it no matter who they were fucking with, whether it was the Kravitz who at first was trying to correct everything, and they tried to use that as a way to get response, or whether it was Dawn, or whether it was this one, or whether it was Hunter, or whether it was the sisters, I mean, like, but you've seen them do this shit all along the way, no matter what. And it's a tactic and a technique to module takers and fucking idiots. Random manipulators who try to get you to correct shit, they distract you that shit too. They'll make you think you're correcting, but it's actually them getting information, all sorts of shit, right? Because you're like, oh, you're wrong, blah, 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 you know? Whatever. And, you know, it's just, no, I don't know. You have to always kind of weigh and judge, but I can't believe he just told the whole world Summer was in the basement with softcore porn girls gone miles, specifically playing. Somebody has Candace and Summer mixed up, and he was actually there with Candace. I'm starting to worry about plaque on this fellow's brain pan, quite frankly. That's just so far out there. You can't explain that with module and tool bag and powerful tool or whatever the fuck. Failed detective using a bunch of failed ass fucking criminal monsters as failed ass fucking CI module taking fucking those bullshitters. I just don't know. Acquisitions, but this is fucking ludicrous. This is what y'all watched on 15th, eh? Really? Okay. Alright. Alright. Did anybody try to call this stupid shit out? Did you get timed out? Blocked? Huh? I have questions.
those two brothers were there. Summers brothers, the three of them. And two of them were.
Shit, now there's three again. It's magic. He's like two brothers from two brothers. And wait, three. I don't know.
Old enough to know if somebody would have been down in that, and she's never been seen again.
Did you just realize you fucked up and you tried to go back and butterfly that? And be like, oh, but three of them, but two were old enough to. I think all three were old enough to identify if someone not known to the house were in it. If they seen or became aware of such, and that someone was robbing that. How old do you think Summer's youngest brother was at the time, McDonough? Like an infant? You realize Summer was the youngest, right? Even Summer would have been able to what? And recognize one strength. And all their brothers were older. Did you just try to cover your own ass and your own fuck up with the two? Is this what you just did? Did you just pull a Don Wells? I just gotta go back a bit.
With soft pornography on the TV. Girls Gone Wild. The cistern was starting to adapt and fill the gaps. And then ultimately, confusion. Remember, they blamed the parents in Michael Vaughn's case, too.
And now you don't make goddamn sense. The cistern starting to adapt and then fill the gaps. You know, leakage of water out the cistern running black cracks and not filling gaps. And I need you to stop.
Right away. They went after Tyler like wolves. And then all of a sudden, these other suspects appeared. In this case,
Like a lone wolf or green eyes? Surely not like that. That can somehow get you numbers before all the power of the cold case foundation can. That was some weird shit.
the difference is she's in a basement by herself with soft pornography on the TV. Girls Gone Wild. And she went down in this dark basement to play while her two brothers allegedly were upstairs and her mother was outside, apparently. So the mother's story, when she walked her back to the house for that day, when she walked her back into that house that day, her story is she lost sight of her and she's never been seen again.
Well, that wouldn't be her story, and her story ain't she lost sight of her, so she took her back to the house and expected her to be here when she came back. No. That's different than lost sight of. Lost sight of is like, Walmart. Your kid runs the hell off, you lose sight of them, or your kid goes out of view for a second in the park, or that's lost sight of. Taking your kid supposedly back to the house while you tending grandma's knee brace or whatever, I don't know. That's a bit different than lost sight of. What do you mean for that day? Why are you saying like that would have been? You know what? You just do you, ShamWow one. It's this shit. This is why I don't ever watch this dude.
So we can eliminate the burglar story almost instantaneously because those.
How now can you do that though? And the burglar story isn't Dawn and Candace's. That's your buddy Jensen that all of you are advertising for right now. That's his bullshit. Dawn's stuck on a dog trail. Candace is still clueless, I guess. The fuck's fun though. Dawn's also in Russian organ harvesting. I don't know, adrenochrome, Wayfair, Obama did it? We don't know. DCS kidnapped her. But the last I know, Dawn's story was not a burglar. Although in the beginning it was like somebody might have been hiding in the basement. And then you pissed him off and he went full tilt dungeon for about 3-4 months, I think. I don't know, wasn't listening to me really in the beginning, so I don't know. He has a habit of things pissing him off pretty quick. Taking him off his mind is fine. But you know that, right? So anyway, I'm so lost here. You are falsely you're taking Jensen's bullshit and putting it over on Candace Stone like they're the ones saying a burglar right now. Now, unless their teams are the ones feeding that shit out to their tragedy and the Jensen character in order to get shit. Oh, hell. Sound about right. Well, it did start Brooks. The bullshit Jensen even said didn't make sense. His post didn't add up, blah blah. It's pretty apparent they both have brain cells. Didn't keep him y'all from going with it though. Dude's clearly lying about this, that, and the other. He contacted Dawn first. Dawn was like, blah, 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 blah. And then the rest is history. And leading up to the 15th. Then you got this fuck shit going on up here with certain other characters from Ben Hill currently. I just don't know. Well, they slipped one in with the whole DCS clears. And everybody can run one of Summer's brothers' faces and continue to. Yeah. Alright. And everything idles down, goes away. Everybody only remembers or talks about Jensen or bullshit at a center and not. I don't know, goes through certain paperwork, the fine tooth comb. Nobody ever bothers to ask the right questions of anything actually said right now, and all they remember is, oh, cleared about like they remember, well, Lawson said polygraphs taken, but he said still. About like that. Damn. Smooth. But if that's your buddy, bro, Aaron Brooks's, and the rest of his group for many years, I don't get it. Some of this Utah Mormon bullshit. It's like a Jorgensen guy or whatever we're awakened to. More Utah and Mormon ties and this bitch. Start to feel ways about it. Especially considering gumball machines out there. They're roaming packs of small vicious children. I hear the demonic can chase people out of state. Well, wonder what Dad knew about that. Hard to tell now he's gone though, I guess. Nobody tell you. Well, Dad's. Whatever. Be honest, it was like a Utah Mormon religion or some sort of media cleansing festival type of shit. Is that? I just don't. You know, these big ass religions, they don't like looking this, do they? Whatever, this is some of the weirdest shit I've ever heard. It's goofy.
The boys were home. They would have been the first one to say, Mom, I hear something in the basement. I think it's a burglar. As soon as she pulls up,
Why would they automatically assume it was a burglary? You're like, this is some zombie level fucking storytelling.
those two brothers were there. Summers brothers, the three of them. And two of them.
Oh, yeah, so you realize you're fuck up. The three of them. But the two of them. Oh, damn it. You did it.
Were old enough to know if somebody would have been down in that basement. And the dogs were another good point, that with soft
You
pornography.
just covers your own ass. You did that. That way people think, yeah, it took you. You said two brothers. And you had that way to explain or later excuse you knew because someone might got in it. And then you're like, oh, but the two were old enough. And that way people are like, oh, that's why he said two, is because only two were old enough to know what a burglar would sound like. Oh, hey, so he knew there was three. But you realized by that point you fucked up. That's some. I'd love to tell you it's John Mills level shit right there, but he's quicker than you are still. Oh, you're gonna be quicker than that, old man.
On the TV. Girls Gone Wild. And she went down in this dark basement to play while her two brothers allegedly were upstairs and her mother was outside apparently. So the mother's story, when she walked her back to the house for that day, when she walked her back into that house that day, her story is she lost sight of her and she's never been seen again. So we can eliminate the burglar story almost instantaneously because those two boys were home. They would have been the first one to say, Mom, I hear something in the basement. I think it's a burglar. As soon as she pulls up, those two brothers were there. Summers brothers, the three of them. And two of them were old enough to know if somebody would have been down with soft pornography on the TV. What was said from
I can't.
day one, the water was coming out of the cistern. Because by day 15 and 16, when Karen and I went up there to meet the family, the cistern was starting to adapt and fill the gaps. And then ultimately, confusion. Remember, they blamed the parents in Michael Vaughn's case, too. Right away. They went after Tyler like wolves. And then all of a sudden, these other suspects appeared. In this case, though, the difference is she's in a basement by herself with soft pornography on the TV. Girls Gone Wild. And she went down in this dark basement to play while her two brothers allegedly were upstairs and her mother was outside apparently. So the mother's story, when she walked her back to the house for that day, when she walked her back into that house that day, her story is she lost sight of her and she's never been seen again. So we can eliminate the burglar story almost instantaneously because those two boys were home. They would have been the first one to say, Mom, I hear something in the basement. I think it's a burglar. As soon as she pulls up, those two brothers were there. Summers.
See, that's how you can't. Because you just said as soon as she pulls up, those two brothers.
The three of them. And two of them were old enough to know if somebody would have been down in that basement. And the dog.
It's almost as if you're oblivious to the ages of Summer's brothers. And I don't know what kind of cul-de-sac shit this is, but I'd say in the house, probably been like shit. It's when mom and dad's dope friends, like, you know, I mean, before, and then since it's middle of the woods, raccoon, bear, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Cat, fucking one of the 90 dogs. Who's to say a burglar would make any noise at all? But, did I buy the bullshit about someone having a basement first? No. But Dawn moved on from that long ago. Dawn was formulating the DCS, stole the children plan, and the dog trail shit. At a certain point, I think after he'd already done somebody waiting in the basement thing, I don't know. It makes no sense. But you're weaving Jensen's bullshit out, not Dawn's. You're weaving in Jensen's and the two brother thing. Why are you doing that? Dawn's still back on the DCS thing again, and possibly the dog trail, because he knows that in front of real media, they don't much like that DCS kidnapped Summer thing. So with real media, he doesn't build that bullshit. So he sticks all the dog trail. Anyway, I don't know, whatever. But yeah, surely, like, 7 or so is not old enough to identify or know noises coming from inside the house that aren't supposed to be there. Yeah, all the brothers are total infants and this and there, and it's like you don't even realize Summer was the youngest. I'm just. Only the two oldest could identify burglars. Love it. It's fucking Don B type bullshit. It's great. It's wonderful.
Dogs were another good point.
Speaking of raccoons.
That is a great point, approachable light. When we pulled up, honey, how many dogs came out of the woods?
If I hear him talk about the goddamn dogs, and him and her and them again.
10 to 13. At least 10, maybe 11 for sure, if not more.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, some of us up in our little cabin, we heard you being like, oh my god, 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 oh my god. And then almost like he didn't really like dogs, and we almost felt like, I don't know, taking our sick asses that were resting at the time and having some sympathy and moving things around so you could park down there, and then we just decided we didn't give a fuck. And didn't have that type of energy to expend. Plus, we were told by your buddies over legal search and all that. Anyway, to sort of, it turns out that was bullshittery too, so they could come on here and everybody could do the circuitry apparently and all that, but yeah, imagine if you'd ever actually met all the dogs, but somehow if the dogs are present, at least part of them, when you and the wife get there weeks later, then that must mean they were all present on the 15th. Right? Is that the narrative? Is that it? And because you all were there weeks later, and you've seen a few of the dogs, and they come right out of the woods on ya, and they barked while you were there, that means on the 15th they were present, and they would have barked out. Well, alright. You say so. My goodness. Shit. Whatever, dude.
Heather, I don't know if she ever did confirm the candy incident, but again, you have to take the entire environment, the circle, okay, into consideration. She's also dealing with another disappearance in her family, her daughter. And
that would be Candace's sister.
Candace's sister.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that was definitely necessary information. I love how McDonough sounds shocked like that's the first time he heard it. Like he's like, oh yeah, I remember now. That would mean that it is Candace's sister. Oh, it's all coming back to me now. Shit, what the hell is going on around here?
So let's remember, right? Some of the things that I will not let folks forget. Dawn is a convicted felon.
Okay.
Multiple times. 3 separate prisons, 3 separate states. There was reported information and incidences that put him out of line.
What does that even mean? There are 3 separate states, 3 separate incidences that put him out of line. What line? What is this? What is the wording? What's the point in this extra shit that... I'm gonna rewind. Because I'm looking for something and I have missed it here somehow.
My friend ordered this gel polish and changed her manicure every 10 days. This gel polish can be removed in 1 minute at home.
Let's tell people, if you're just joining.
Introduce ourselves with the Cold Case Foundation, biological mother. And it was really interesting. Dad avoided me and avoided us. We spoke to him a couple different times on the phone. those of you who remember those phone calls where he admitted to his past activities. And I asked him numerous times to connect with me. Let's sit down. I was up there. I really wanted to help his family because his position was that she was taken. And I was open-minded, still am, to wanting to just communicate. I think I've offered probably 100 times to help, at least. I mean, that's an exaggerated number, but a lot. And it wasn't taken up. We even went to the sheriff's department to introduce ourselves with the Cold Case Foundation. Spoke to the public information officer there in the lobby. And Hawkins County did not want to have the Cold Case Foundation come in and help. Now, here's a comparison.
Okay, see now, McDonough, this is where we have a problem. This is where I have questions. This is where I'd like the TBI or FBI or let anybody release a state. I don't care. I have questions right now. Lawson, somebody. If you're saying that you did this while you were in town, right after Summer's brothers were taken, which was not David, anyway. And Hawkins said no, we don't want your help. And then blah blah or the cold case, you know. And then pieces were done in the media calling you a YouTuber. Apparently. And then quite a long time after, you then come back into town, do some really weird shit. Let alone that weird shit, I don't know, around the fake Fed era. And Discords. But what you tell some of us a long time after all that, of course. And you divert every time when you're asked about why is it being said that you were the one having this group and etc. Blah 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 blah. Be the ones to follow us, and then they attempted to use fake and bullshit instead of build some more blackmail bullshit with like, oh, but when we become this should stay on summer and and you divert like, well, pretty quickly. Not as quick as Dawn can though, but yeah, you did that. All I asked for was honesty, man. A human, right? Yeah. And when you pick up on motherfuckering with you, I don't know. And there ain't no need to. But it's like I've said in interviews, it's like, anyway, my point here is that if you're saying you went and offered and talked to Lawson and whoever else, and that was when you spoke to Candace Dawn, they declined your services or your help. Well, the secretary whoever did, and not even lost himself. But then what you did was a very long time later, the whole showing up at the wrong oncology play, all the shit that was weird, promising things you couldn't even begin to provide in order to try to get everyone. And then you, buddy, you, and Shadow that was definitely in the background and such there. You told me outright you were working with Lawson and police. I believe basically all of them, right? But you were definitely working with Lawson. You were dropping off things too. You were doing this and da da da. And people around you and your team, damn sure were doing the same and swearing they've seen things from you that were absolutely positive proof that you were working with. Now, when you came here, and you did your fuck shit, and I could tell what you're doing, but I was like, man, you're just one of those. Still willing to try to overlook shit, but, you know, your whole waiting game, because, I don't know, that just does it for me. I guess you think that builds a suspense for others, or somebody sus, they're gonna be like, oh god, this super time gonna be face way they're making me wet. You know that pins and needles game that I guess I've only ever really seen done on TV. Really. But I guess that's what you're doing. You're like, well, I'm gonna go down, we're going Hawkins. Like, whatever, man. And then one of my family members was actually sick, because, you know, things that are none of your goddamn business, but very serious life conditions. Yeah. But either way, I think you thought it was bullshit, but I was also sick, and I was like, fuck this dude. I'm not being fucked with by you. And I was like, well, if he's really in Hawkins and he's really down there lost and shit, though, I got enough time taking that, whatever. But then things changed. Family members ended up being taken, all these things ended up happening. And I guess you thought I was bullshitting you pulling your leg because I was all scaredy pants up your shit, right? No, sir. And I was being honest with you. Absolutely 100% honest. You just can't stop your stupidness and think outside of, oh, I don't know, Miami fucking Vice, cocaine cowboy bullshit, or whatever it is your fucking bender is. And even though I was seeing your bullshit, I was still being sincere and genuine with you. I was trying to give your ass a chance. And then as soon as you realize that I'm taking that and all this stuff's going, I guess you thought, oh, me, that will be me. We'll be here in just a minute. We're 5 minutes from it. I'm sitting there going, how dumb does this motherfucker think I am? And then see, that's my key that you were lying about being where you were, because we locals know exactly how long that drive would take you. And da 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 da. And you said you were in a meeting with and going to meet with all this little shit, man. But then as soon as I'm like, well, if it's gonna take that long, yeah, I'm gonna do it. And you're like, oh, we'll be in. We're just 5 minutes. What? And it's been like minutes. You were just playing stupid TV games, man. That were not. And then that's when I'm like, fuck this shit, right? And then you were trying to get that shit before, but you had to cough up anything you lied about being able to do, because you didn't have that capability, let alone like in that sleight of hand shit, that phone number. You and your group agreeing that shit. Like, bro. And Don B, who was your boy too, by the way. Let's not forget that. He stalked the shit out of Kansas and everything else. So I'm just saying, if though what you're saying last night is true, and let me remind you what you said to me in this recording. That from back on now, etc., in some sort of tone that at least sounded like it to me. It was, you better answer the phone from now on when I call. You better not, and man, I just missed the call. It wasn't like it. And we'd already talked, like, and then, you know, from now on when I call, you better answer. You better, or, like, it was a threat. For sure, overtone, and like, you were a real cop and really could have something done to me if type of tone that real ones and real feds and nobody else around here ever had to me. Like, they don't need to do that shit, dude. None of the real agents, Cardine, FBI, nobody around here in any local surrounding agency, state, federal, otherwise, has ever spoken to me. Like, they know they don't need to. That was some stupid shit you were pulling, in the wrong tone with the wrong bitch. I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever. But you really should never. It's just fucked. Yeah. Either way, so were you intimidating people, making them think you were working for Lawson and other agencies, and having meetings well after what you now say? I mean, Lawson couldn't even bother to come out and lobby until, you know, he had the secretary or something to do it. Are you then telling me that quite a long time after that, you and others around you knew you were lying? And then you went on to make people feel intimidated or tried to. And if they better answer the phone or tell you all the things or blah, blah, blah. And meanwhile, here you are online trying to figure out what line of question real police are asking all of us, which is pretty much a dead clue about how much you work with anybody before you ever get here. McDonough. Because if you're working with anybody, you wouldn't be asking that of others. You can fall along behind them and try to stay with them. That way, at the end, it's basically like a detective version of Serafina. Oh, rolling hills, and I told you. You know, you shouldn't have asked Monster that on live that night, probably. Right after Green Eyes got you the number and all that shit. It's pretty much a dead giveaway. But yeah, so what you're saying tonight is that you lied to people, witnesses at that, in Summer's case, intimidated them, made them feel like something bad would happen to them with law enforcement if they didn't talk to you, answer me, they pick up this, do that. Are you saying that people around you also helped propagate the idea falsely that they were seeing things sent to them by you that were absolute proof you're working for law enforcement and others and capabilities and to further give them an idea? And are you saying that you then lied while you were here? And that you weren't indeed done there with Lawson or any of the rest, and you weren't working with him or having meetings with him and others, but you were using his name and telling witnesses and others inside and around Summer's case that you were working with him in order to... Huh. That seems like that's probably out of bounds. It seems that way to me. How many others do you do that to? were some of them feeling fear from you and potentially added an extra to try to make you happy? That way, and you wanted more and more and more, just like you did from most of them. They kept having to give you more and more and more, anything like that, or make shit so that maybe you didn't make them look bad to police that you were supposedly working with or anything. And that you were trying to, but denied. When you come in to interview Allie and Hunter and Candace and Dawn, you understand the fear that could happen in individuals, right? And what they might add to. That's right, you do. You do. You're sort of fucking famous for it. Especially with teenagers and that type of thing, or those who are vulnerable. That's right. You're pretty notorious. Interesting. Patterns and behaviors and needful things. Everybody's got them, McDonough. Everybody. Everybody. But yeah, I'm gonna need somebody to have talks about this. I have questions. Because if this is the case, then McDonough was definitely intimidating people around Summer's case and lying to them, and also pulling them in and trying to make them trust him so that he could gain or get information in Summer's case that people may not have felt comfortable giving had he not been pretending to work with Lawson and other agencies. And that others in and around Summer's case may have made up extras in order to make him not make them look sus or anything else in any that way, you know what I mean? And then that aired into the world. And that's, that worries me for age especially. Maybe it explains things. Now you want to hold him again, huh? Everyone with Spring Hills back in who already with this group tried to snatch him up for cash cow signs like Monster did with some of your people. Did little, I don't know. Weird shit though. I want some goddamn answers. And I want them now. Like, I ain't fucking around. I already had enough issues with it being said that McDonough was having us stalked. And that Chase was involved in all that shit and this and there, and that those people coming out with that and this and there, where that was coming from, I do not think it was on that. Like, I just, And yeah, whatever, but like, no. But it's the tone and the way in which McDonough would divert when I asked him about it. Quickly, and his excuses for it, and absolute refusal to even address it. I'd be like, Miss Summer! No, we're not going to answer that because, I mean, it was a simple yes or no, asshole. But instead I got, well, Summer, I'm not going to address that. Because, if the attention's on us, then it's not on Summer. It wasn't on mine, it wasn't on live. It was a question from one human being to what was another. And to see if you were going to be truthful and honest with me. Your reaction and your diversion to me spoke volumes. It was just a simple yes or no. Did you or did you not have us followed by chasing us, screwing all these motherfuckers, playing fake feds, and through McDonough deep discords and all this other shit? Anybody TM, and then, that gonna be used by the rest as, even though there was nothing happening, but it was gonna be made to look certain ways, to where you all could attempt to set up a blackmail. And that was going to be the intent, especially after I pissed off everybody around the marathon. So, and you couldn't even give a simple yes or no. Instead, your answer wasn't, well, we'll get to the bottom of it, or I've sent that off, or we're looking into it. Wasn't any of that. Your answer every time I asked was almost like, complete diversion instantly, and you go, well, when the news becomes about us and not about summer, that's when it didn't even make sense, because it was in the background calls between you. Wasn't attention, wasn't public, wasn't taken away from summer. It was a simple yes or no, dude. So your excuse and diversion for it didn't make a whole lot of sense. Which to me says a lot. And it did then. Each and every time you did it, I gave multiple chances, man. I did. Let alone that stunning background. Just think I was being dishonest with you or something. I was like, can we please just all meet and be fair and nobody be camming in or moving around, because that'll bother me and distract me. And then you did exactly that, thinking that like it was gonna module me the fuck. I'm like, Jesus, he did exactly the thing. And all I was doing was being like, honestly, I was like, can you just not? Because there's no need in that. But you did exactly that shit. It was stupid. And it ain't that I'm a control freak, man. It's that I'm like, I'm a human when you treat me like one. You know? I'm an open book. When people don't try to use the shit out or fuck with me. I'll give you all the things you need to know about me. That way we can. Now, the reason I said those things to you, McDonough, if you ever listen to this, is so that we can get on with, program. So there'd be no fuckery, so you'd know you didn't fuck me, blah, 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 blah. That was it. It was honesty. I hate that you can't identify that at your elderly age and your super detective skills. You know? Yeah, the weird, like, thing. I don't know. Shit's ridiculous. Hmm. Either way, I want to know what the hell. I want to know what the absolute hell. And what the fuck is going on here. I want to know. It was weird today. What was in that dude's chat? Shit running. And allowed to run in it. It's gonna be pretty tilted and modulated if you really think about it. Could be. Either way, doesn't matter. I have questions now, legit ones. If what you said last night's true, then what you said to the rest of us later on, especially myself, means you lied to us. And you were being quite threatening with the you better pick up the phone now if I call you better answer. And yeah. And then, you know, it gets me, it's almost like you're afraid of me. Y'all know this man will, like, after a certain point, unless someone else's presence. I don't think it's based on anything. Me being like, calm. I think it's, but this asshole knows I can see bullshit. And I'm not a big fan. And along with that may come callouts. It may not sound so good to boys. So it's like this backup system. But also so that others can do all the talking and questioning for all weird shelling in the background, basically, or pulling a piping up every now and then. Alright, but yeah. I guess once you figure out somebody doesn't like being bullshitted and fucked with, and you can sort of see through shit. It's probably why him and his brigade have a tendency in the background to call me a little scary. At least that's what I've ascertained. Though I'm not in the least. Never occurs to any of these motherfuckers to just be honest or human or fucking legit or anything. But they want that shit from everybody. They want everything from everyone. All the damn time. All the fucking time. Well, they just bullshit and lie and use fucking criminal empires as failed ass CIs and to commit criminal acts. Everybody just all of a sudden, I don't know, man. Fucking tools indeed. It's not the kind you wish you were. This is bullshit. Whatever, man. I want to know though if what he said last night was true. Means later on was absolute, and there's something very wrong. And means there's been a whole lot of wrong done. A whole lot of. From the beginning, insertion teams all linked together. All of them.
And I was open-minded, still am, to wanting just communicate. I think I've offered probably 100 times to help, at least. I mean, that's an exaggerated number, but a lot. And it wasn't taken up. We even went to the sheriff's department to introduce ourselves with the Cold Case Foundation. Spoke to the public information officer there in the lobby. And Hawkins County did not want to have the Cold Case Foundation come in and help. Now, here's a compare and contrast.
By public information officer, do you mean Leslie? Who I believe eventually put out a post they weren't working with your bills.
I can't talk about it, but I can give you some idea.
Do you think that's why? I'm just asking here, but yeah, I mean, I know many times this place has tried to let up with the whole send it over to the cold case. It's cold. It's this. It's that. You know, McDonough will be on it. He's offering blah blah. And maybe West Group wants everything not to be solved, so it can be sent over to you or cold case wherever the mosels roam. You know, that type of shit. Let me see, last updated and 20, that one was 22. Okay. So at a certain point, they added the question, is this considered a cold case? Quite a while into, and after some rents, they added that. No, investigative work continues to occur almost daily. Why would they need you in the cold case? I mean, like, bro. And why is it for years? That's all we've heard over here. And that seems to be what the intent as Crib is like destroys cases with the trooper detects him with right other I don't know. That's always been the call up is for everything to be handed to McDonough and his cold case foundation. Did being the guy who couldn't even get a phone number without green eyes. And his crew and sleight of hand horse shit. You serious? Was his buddy Don B? No, and a PG? Shit. No. It was fucking with all of us in that? I'm just so lost. Anyway. I don't know, man. Yeah. Y'all check out the hook while the DJ revolves it, I guess, right? Wow. But yeah, so what you're saying that early on, they said no, no, and you knew that, and you were still using lawsuits and all these other things are making people believe you're working for them, I guess, including even more. And the thing about that is, McDonough, if you had others around you that were also feeding out the narrative that they had seen proof from you that you're working for Lawson and other agencies, well, after week 3 there that you were fucking around with Allie and Donnie Gessler, then wouldn't it stand to reason there's a likely possibility that others like 423 and such and such and such and such on the way, but maybe even a Don B thought he was working for Roush. It's weird how often that fake Fed mentioned Roush too. Anyway, or that others were along the way. I mean, like they might have protection from higher ups or real feds knew all this shit. And they're like, oh, they know where somewhere is. They're gonna go here in a minute. I mean, wouldn't it stand to reason that maybe these people were doing some of this shit thinking they really were or were covered by law enforcement locally or federal level? Because they thought cold case would encompass that, or you were actually working loss, and therefore you or others like Tiffany or anybody else feeding them the same shit that's being fed to them. Like, oh, you were working with for Lawson and others. They believed it, like Penny might have, and then thought they were actually had protection of some level, and so they were actually in a way working with. And surely some guy running the cold case wouldn't let him. Oh. And maybe these people wouldn't have done what they done if they had known. But maybe a lot of them are afraid to ever say that because of who they are, the records. Maybe they won't be believed. Or they would be piss ass terrified that you do know people and you stand behind podiums and you're on News Nation, and they'd be afraid you'd like have them all fucked up sideways or violated or arrested or set up online. I don't know. Or I mean, I don't know why. Hell, most of those have already been thrown off the bridge and tied up. You know, fucked off, half in trouble, half not. Am I right? I don't know. I'm very concerned about all this at this point with just that statement here. Just that. Because if others thought, I mean, Don B seems to think he knows Roush at a certain point when he was threatening to blow Candace Non's head off, whatever this there. And the mention of Roush repeatedly inside those discords with the fake Fed, and so they were with a guy, and then hell, it's even popped back up again lately. McDonough. Oh shit. But the amount of people, like my favorite, Penny and Scott got on live one night saying they too, for some wild reason, were working for Roush. And then what were you doing in the same periods online and on lives in front of both? Well, you were talking about your buddiness with Roush. And then you got quiet about it, and then Penny and Scott did that again on live. But that was indeed part of the shit being pumped out by the fake Fed in the Discord. And it was part of, and it has been a continual, and Don B did it, and Don B was around you. And I'm very concerned at this point. And, I mean, TM and Chase over the well. Anything else I need to tell Chris? Chris is on to it. Chris ain't on to shit. Your group was onto some, and then, did you see that part where Chase was like, oh, I got you now? I'm a blackmail. We're gonna use this. Can't imagine why you might divert from a simple yes or no question. Like we needed any more blackmail or attempted setups in our lives. Especially after your bleeping job, you fuck stain. I just have questions of the real TBI, FBI, and local and state agencies right now about the concerning shit I just heard this asshole say last night. With proof to back up what I'm saying. And I know him and Karen hold it too. They ought to. Unlike the narrative being driven in your chat by Pretendo, I don't know, Nut or Meth from that last night. Which is weird. And just be the neighbor loony. You feel this too, buddy? I'm by no means. I just don't like bullshit. Or modulating. I guess you should have studied better before you came here. I don't like dirt, corruption much either. Fucking asshole, egotistical fucking cops that are willing to do anything to get whatever. Much prefer the ones who do it for the love of justice and truth and heart and the real communities and all the right reasons. Those who do it without yeehaw and cocaine cowboy in Miami Vice bullshit. And where if they have egos, they deserve to have them. And you can tell the difference. The ones that deserve to have ego versus the ones that don't. You're a jackass, sir. Let's play it again, though, because, I mean, I'm serious, I have questions.
To help, at least. I mean, that's an exaggerated number, but a lot. And it wasn't taken up. We even went to the sheriff's department to introduce ourselves with the Cold Case Foundation. Spoke to the public information officer there in the lobby. And Hawkins County did not want to have the Cold Case Foundation come in and help. Now, here's a compare and contrast.
Now, see, that early on, Leslie been present. And down there, plus the regular, so you can't tell which one he's speaking to at that point. And so, anyway, I don't know. Anyway, they declined, and they called him a YouTuber in the paper, and apparently in the news, but some of us were not aware of it. Anyway. Whatever. And that cold case shit, we'll see, right? Hell, even I thought it was like, okay, well, maybe this guy could. No, and you figure it out, and it's basically just a club where as long as you pay dues, you can sell your books and wares and your garbage made up fucking career titles, whatever you want to do, like Moselle. Wildly enough, also used to target myself, my family, etc. After McDonough put her on panel with, and wildly enough used supposedly by his own people who he'd been using or in the discords and all that shit around the Facebook and everything else. And Jenny and Adrian arrest Monster to fuck with the children and I. And for Crystal and Rest to insert around. So, I mean, the whole thing was chaos and harm. And then for Moselle to play stupid about it and then maybe timed out by carrying over an emoji face while Moselle was back on, and then Chris to get wise and hide all evidence that Moselle actually came from him, while Moselle put out a smack, double-edged, backhanded bullshit apology vid, and she was unaware that there was renewing recent papers, and she'd never heard of Summer before. Even though she's been called a million times being a fucking fraud. It's weird as shit that's happened all of this because of McDonough. It's weird lives destroyed around Summer because of McDonough and all those connected to him that are still over here in chats. Even last night. And here he is lying about red trucks. Man, McDonough, you gonna correct that? Now the world isn't looking for a red truck or witness. And you know better, man. And you're the one that put out the bullshit porn crap. And it was you and Candace in the basement in a commercial, and now you're saying it was Summer. Then there was soft porn playing. What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? I want answers from local and surrounding law enforcement and TBI and FBI. I know I have no right to ask those things. And you know what? I don't even need the answer. There's something real fucking rotten in Denmark, and there always is, but I've done that, and I knew where I was going. I've always told you that. From very early on. I just didn't say certain things necessarily outright. And trust me when I tell you I'm hunting things far beyond this. And linkages and things in the dark behind it all. This is still small potato shit. But, yeah, I just can't believe that fell out of his mouth. I do hope it's enough for Ellie and TBI and FBI to figure out what the fuck's going on here. What level of tampering and tool? And by whom, where? Because I just, in my seminar, I know that the amount that they bitch about social media this year, they wouldn't continue to then use it. And when a lot and a great deal and portion of what these YouTubers and the handlers like it is absolutely moot from the get-go because of how it's obtained, how it's tampered with, how things are conducted here, money flows, the criminals behind half of it, it will be unusable in a court setting. Therefore useless. Contaminated from the rip. The criminal acts these people commit, especially with even out in front of the world, and the stalking, and those connected with teams and pet and zoo shit and weird shit and all the crap, right? And blackmail letters. Like, law enforcement are not going to condone or help a tool bag set full of that shit in order to get answers or this. They're just not, because it would mean all that shit would be thrown the fuck out, especially if it, like, it's all contaminated. It's fuck level shit. That's the last thing they would want. And to me, that means they're not using these people. And a lot of things can't be taken from these people or used because of the way it's got and gained. And that's fucking tragic and terrible, but what the fuck do any of these people care about? But they tell you all they're gonna solve it. They're helping law enforcement. They're doing this, doing that. Like, it can't be so, man. Law enforcement cannot let these people run amok, committing federal level crimes across multiple social media platforms, which violates federal, even just basic shit because of communication acts and laws like that, let alone the wild money shit being pushed and the fake Fed and the way, I mean, like, bro, they just can't, and they can't allow that. I mean, there are bounds, but not like that. Absolutely not. And so, I just tool bag the fuck out of that. And you believe whatever fucking retired or this or that or Goodwill level fucking, hey, we'll keep our location secret, but then they get right on here like, hey, me and Twilight C, can we get some fundraising? All goes to us, volunteers don't anything. We don't really actually ever go anywhere. AWP, can I get on this? And that, and can we move out the real, detectives and put in some bullshit ones? Can we move out the real searchers and put in some bullshit ones? Can we move out the real advocates and put in some bullshit YouTubers? And can we move out the real profiler, put in some module taking detective, bought my book bullshit asshole? Can we move out the real this and do that? And how about the real Subet? But then we got this one back here in the court watching section with Jenny and Adrian. They work for Isaiah, they work for this, they work for that, or they're connected with the cops or DCS or therapy places and they can get all things. Or, hey, can we do this, that? Hey, what about, like, every damn case, dude. Every case, it's the same shit. In every case, law enforcement and feds are calling it out. Summers is not yet solved, but look at the others prior to and overlapping and continuing. It's the same group, same players, same people, high profile. And if law enforcement were using the same bag of fuck sticks, including this one, they then wouldn't be calling it the fuck out. Now, would they? And going, oh, these creators this, and that one's this, and that. They wouldn't. Y'all just go ahead. They're all gonna stop. Oh. I have questions. Not even week 3. Now we're really, really in and hunting. Very parasitic and symbiotic like with certain crews and pieces of mind that, pieces of whatever that. People inserted on the hill, naming Tates and this and that's. Whole filled ass rich having module taken, bunch of criminals. Don B's caught all them. Already over McDonough's, AB's. Some of the other locals, probably most likely because of Boswell's. You know. The rest is history. So far. The first wave of insertion. With some around some of his crew. Forbidden Hill in the community. Apparently already knowing true crime YouTubers that were local and that were over here. And then obviously the Wells and some of their friends from other disappearances in their family. Well aware of social media's power on YouTube, especially after attention was placed back on Rose not long before Summer vanished. And probably well aware of how to use this realm pretty quickly and how to fundraise, considering some of those characters immediately present in Summer's world after she vanished anyway. We're over here trying to fundraise and do the same shit they done for the family in Rose's case. But definitely not strangers to social media or the new way in which it was being done so long after Rose vanished when Ginger got back. They would have been aware of the new style of social media and power and how to use it and wield it. And they were very present very early on. I had to go to YouTube to see what a meth head did. Right. We thought coming to social media to help Summer. Right. Right. Double and I already had that boots on the ground lingo, eh? Sure. Allegedly, supposedly. And it's weird how many people look like they have the right nasal passages for certain characters around here. Anyway, you never know. And blue dotting them together, I suppose. Or think it. But this, I ain't thinking it. this motherfucker really said and did these things. So I don't know why. Last night he said this, but then that's true, then it means the next thing can't be true, and then we got a real problem. And it means most likely in the first week, and all that. In the first few months, right? The lost interview. But they're already hunting us, and we're already being fed up. Hours after summer vanished. Looks like, damn sure when this one come into play. A couple weeks in. Yeah, but, what's true here?
Times to connect with me. Let's sit down. I was up there. I really wanted to help his family because his position was that she was taken. And I was open minded, still am.
Yeah, you ought to be because the alien feds, state, local, surrounding, I don't know, they still say all possibilities and look at one or the other being a mistake, but they still say all possibilities. But if you're actually doing this shit with the Jensen stuff, it's insane.
To wanting just communicate. I think I've offered probably 100 times to help, at least. I mean, that's an exaggerated number, but a lot. And it wasn't taken up. We even went to the sheriff's department to introduce ourselves with the Cold Case Foundation. Spoke to the public information officer there in the lobby. And Hawkins County did not want to have the Cold Case Foundation come in and help. Now, here's a compare and contrast. I can't talk about it, but I can give you some idea. The reason Karen and I were in Idaho, the reason we ended up at the Bryant Koberger crime scene is because I was working with the Fruitland Police Department on the abduction of Michael Vaughn. I was embedded with them for about 4 months.
Okay, that's not a compare and contrast. The reason you were Idaho 4 is because you were in Michael. Um, um, so you just decided to swing by that 04 house and see a black glove and get a ride on News Nation. Despite that being the stupidest shit we ever seen. I believe called that shit out too, and then Deets took off that and whatever. But the thing is, what the hell's that got to do with price tags in China, sir? You were up there for one thing, and then you waved at the house like, "Ooh, black glove," and then, but you're embedded in the other one for 4 months. The those cases. Wait, what? That's not a compare. So you're just an area fucking around. Okay, got it.
The result of that case is much different than the case in Hawkins County and the Sheriff's Department. Now, here's a compare and contrast. I can't talk about it, but I can give you some idea. The reason Karen and I were in Idaho, and the reason we ended up at the Bryant Koberger crime scene, is because I was working with the Fruitland Police Department on the abduction of Michael Vaughn. I was embedded with them for about 4 months. The result of that case is much different than the case.
Okay, but did you start off that way, or did you end up working with him after acquisition teams got a hold of Brandy and him? And then people stopped dating him online, and you had access and such, and then by embedded, you mean you were just giving the info over to police for 4 months? That you were getting behind the scenes, but it sounds good to the public to say it this way. Can I get some clarification here? I'm gonna go with I'm probably right. May not be, but I'm gonna go with you can resume language any bullshit up however you like. Theory. Let me see. Michael vanished. And same as summer. And Koberger happened in 22.04. But Michael vanished at the end of July of 21.
everybody. And
Oh dear. Let's see here.
welcome to the interview room. You know, we're living in a time where the innocence of youth continues to be victimized. Tonight, I have with me Brandy Neal, mother of Michael Vaughn, aka Monkey. I absolutely have fallen in love with this little guy, and I've come to get
You're one cheesy fucking bastard.
to know the family a little bit. And Brandy has been kind enough to come on. Tyler's been tied up.
This is February 20th of 2022. That was your first interview. But Michael had vanished in July of 21. University of Idaho Massacre. Right? November 22. Yeah. So by embedded, yeah, see, I don't think I'm wrong here. That few months you talk about being embedded with the police department and being in the area with the Idaho 4 happening, right? Yep. It looks like it's been after the months that Brandy, after she finally come and spoke to you. So if by embedded you mean you were talking to her and you were just turning over whatever the fuck to police to feel like you were still a super detective. I love the resume language, McDonough. Date's still nice. I guess if you're embedded, you should have started at the first of the case. And then while you're up there, you tried to get embedded and stay. We all remember you behind the podium at Idaho 4. It didn't happen again after your black glove bullshittery, by the way. Weird how that went down, huh? Were you embedded in the Idaho 4 working with police there too after the black glove bullshit? And you were so wrong? No. None of us ever heard of you again. We heard a Piper Moore crying over not getting there another male witness. Screamed about the non-dermies. Much like she slept down here in the driveway at Monster, all weird like. Doing weird shit like trying to push people to suicide shit. With your buddies, Jenny, Adrian, Database, or P, I don't know. Moselle bullshit, help them with all, I don't know, man. I feel like you need to reevaluate all the bad friends that surround you, buddy. Weird how we didn't see you embedded in or no more mention Idaho 4. I mean, it's weird. Doesn't matter. I think you got on Grace the black glove thing though. It's okay. Justin got on there too, and then Grace erased him for his fuckery. Maybe one day the same will happen. Anyway, I'm gonna move on. You're full of shit, dude. Fuck face. Now we're gonna move on to your other arch nemesis there, Mullen. And Josh's. This boy, I don't know. Now, this greatly depends on who has the password this week for Family Wells count. Because out here on the blocks, it's preemptively put out that passwords have been taken and there have been group shakeups. Oh my God, what's new, right? There ain't nobody running anymore. This person's fighting. Somebody's done the takeover. It's a new team squad leader. Fucking bullshit, dude. Bullshit. I'm sorry. I'm not. I'm being a little harsh. No. Do I care? Not even a little right now. I mean, like, it'd be weird. Somebody take the password from Mullen is what we're supposed to believe preemptively to all the posting this week, but they're all homey and some weird lady is up there. Like, where's Waldo? With Dawn, right? As he's getting ready to be here, his interview. I'm not shitting, there's Waldo. And some weird strange lady. And there's Dawn, and Anyway, the point is, it's in the news footage, you can see it yourself. But anyway, it'd be weird. Take the password away from him, and then he's up there. And that's probably who Dawn's eyeballs are turning to as when he's being interviewed and asked certain questions. He's looking for permission or, I don't know, something from, this one or somebody in the background. The ringleader shit, you just never know around it, but that's probably who that is he's looking at in the background. And his eyes lift up. You just never know, though. It could be a few people. Happens a lot. Anyway. Let's see. I became aware of this bullshit. I'm not even gonna read this entire list of bullshit to you, cause fuck that, that's why. The last part of it, though, is to start, Josie comes home. He should not have to suffer anymore. And then down here you have this, post, right, this fucking play button shit that I don't even care to hit. 60% of the witnesses who were at the house the day of Summer's disappearance are taken away. 3 of the 5. Well, thank God Mullen can at least count, knows how many, brothers Summer has, unlike McDonough. 3 that together with their parents could have focused on what might have happened. Summer lost that important potential. Now it is 4 years later. The boys were taken, the case staggered. The parents could not focus on Summer by themselves. I don't know which one of you dipshits did this 75% troll shit. Somebody has password, doesn't. Somebody has the phone. Somebody has got him access to the cameras. Who doesn't? I don't give a fuck. Let me tell all of you something. Last I remember, just days after Summer vanished, Candace was telling the boys, especially certain ones, to shut the fuck up about what they knew about Summer vanishing or things they found odd or telling or things apparently look like to me they'd already been told to shut the fuck up about. But they were excited that other people seemed to notice them too. Candace did not expect that those might be meant, and then the boys would light up with C or N and I, and yeah, we told you, and they were excited because somebody else had been seeing or witnessing the same things they had, or had thought the same thing, and Candace was like, shut the fuck up, just shut up about it. And then there were other things a lot of us were seeing during these times. I'll tell you what, you motherfuckers. What do you mean that they could have all concentrated together and the witnesses, and if Candace and Dawn could have pulled a kumbaya with him and been like, oh, what we all know collectively, then they could, oh gosh, let me tell you something, as the neighbor, I can tell you Candace is telling them to shut the fuck up. I can also tell you for fact that Candace was showcasing Josie with Mama Dearest in the truck and saying with a smirk on her face he's the one she wanted to beat the shit out of. While they're more worried with Rose and chasing and everybody else around these blocks on money, bank accounts, whatever the fuck y'all were doing 6 phones away. Well, that boy sat back there and looked like he had the weight of the goddamn world on him. My grandma was pulling the same, how do you think I feel like I TV? Until she remembered who it was and was reminded, and then she was like, oh, almost like when Candace told Dawn to shut the fuck up. It's weird how it happens. But Grandis over the years would often forget who the fuck was. Anyway, yeah. But she thought I was a random at the time, Will and I. And so they were still in that routine until she realized, oops, that's the neighbor. Might not work on her. Yeah. Oh, Mom, this is her. Oh, yeah. Shit, the Rose store minute. Oh, watch what you say. Because this is the one that actually witnessed all of our fuckery on the 15th. You're probably not going to be able to sell the Rose routine to her. Mom, shut up, because years ago I told some weird fuck shit to this neighbor lady about Rose's case and Rose. And it's really concerning to me to this day. Now, anyway, after Summer vanished, I didn't know it was concerning then. Shit weighs heavy these days, though. Why they may, I don't know, whatever. But let me tell you something, Mullen. Whoever has the password this week of whatever team. I don't think the plan was Kumbaya. And all the boys and Dawn and Candace to talk and see what everybody knew together. And then find the answers somewhere. Because, no. They're more interested in showcasing Josie and smirking and like, this is the one like beat the shit out of her. And money and all that shit. And then, also in, the days surrounding, some of the biggest and earliest movements in Summer's case. They were being told at the top of that hill to shut the fuck up. And I'll tell you some of the things there. Also let me know in ways what the boys know versus what they don't know. and whether some could or could not be responsible and things, like maybe long-term plan layout. I mean, since I don't know, but there's probably a reason. Maybe I don't think of it. People really want to annihilate us off the face of the earth. Could be a reason for that. 4 years. Either way, we'll go no. The boys are safe where they all are. I can't believe certain people, agencies, Rob Mullen and Cher seemed to be in connection or something, and Cher made that vague post weeks before everything. It was like, if Mullen is right, we're gonna have puppies. And then, weird shit, right? Either way, last few days, all the posting pics of Summer's brothers, especially Josie, the weird posts, and even the news, wildly enough. One of those clips this week put up old vid footage of Josie. I just don't know what. I just know that those boys, the Summers brothers, deserve a life outside of rotten trees, chains, and this bullshit narrative crap. And don't deserve even what any of y'all are doing and putting on. They deserve a chance at real lives and flying free of this area and monsters and that though horrifying to think of in this way, it's still true. And Summer vanishing helped save her brothers and others, wildly enough. And it shouldn't be so, but it is. Let her light keep them safe and protected. And I know those boys were already trying to save themselves before summer vanished. At least from things that I know. Yes. Whatever. It's hard to phrase it the way I need to correctly without saying what I think is too much. Anyway, point is, A lot of the monsters got lit up in light. More than a few saved or protected. Somehow by something so horrifying and awful and nightmarish as someone vanishing. And, I know that once that sort of fully developed in ways, I guess, uh, more than a few feel somehow simultaneously awful and grateful. And are damn well gonna make sure that she continues to matter and that she's found and justice comes and that she is not left mystery or unknown or out here somewhere waiting on light to shine on her so that she can be brought home. And I do not in any world think Summer would want her brothers to go back to that place or with Candace and Doug. Um, and I know those boys, even in the first days, didn't want to go back. So, by this horseshit so many years later, nah, missed me with it. Leave Summer's brothers alone. And I don't think there's any real possibility in hell that any of them are going back, especially. Now, maybe after aging out or something, I hope to God that does not happen. I hope it doesn't. But once adults, but so I don't really see that. I think it's more distraction stuff to get people in their feels really thinking there's possibility that Jersey will be given back this year and blah blah, so that nobody asks the real questions or picks apart certain shit right now that nobody wants actual concentration. That'd be my guess. It's also probably why the Jensen shit's being lifted up. All the distraction shit. And like I said, I think there's several reasons for this fuck shit, setup shit, people screaming at me and little shit that makes no sense shit. probably tied in with group shit and money shit if looked at real close by feds, LA, and local and surrounding, quite frankly, because it makes no sense. It doesn't. When, for almost 2 decades prior to that one, that's exactly where we're going, and then suddenly then alien feds and others will know other things besides, and others will, and to hold the dates, and to see if certain people only did that after certain dates, and others got wind of certain things. And that would be hella concerning. Especially if it's in or around Team Wells and associated with. And well, we know how motherfucker sticks from Van Halen enjoy playing with that shit. Yeah. So I just, separate of all separate situations, there's a reason to look into that a little further. I hope it's not what I fear. But, I'd say there's something to it. Because, my gut's screaming and things are a little shifty. In places they ought not be. And when we know certain folks may have already done some real fuck shit with law enforcement, courts, and judges, and atheists, Jennies, and Adrians, and services, and Costa and DCS, all this shit over the years, don't we? Yes, we do. And how wound up there, and what else they might get up to for this group, or the worst of, and reasons that I'm just gonna bite my tongue. I just hope somebody looks a little further. Maybe I'll. I don't know. Paper airplane it. Along with the questions I have today about fucking McDonough over here. Something wrong with that shit up there, though. And I'll tell you what happened last night, too, before I come on here. And the recordings that, show something else is real wrong, and, how things, suddenly inserted around a place they clearly knew we were before inserting it. Or, screw my shit, start having others super fucked with again. At the same time, potentially to keep things from, I don't know, in the rest of the area from maybe coming forward. Or scaring things further, even if they don't, not, you know what? Everybody just do them. Y'all just do whatever the fuck. Alright? This is just insane. And I have a few last sort of notes I just want to add in here today. For right now, because there's a bunch more stuff. But those are the main ones. But as a last note here too. Did anybody notice that weird comment or two that Ryan bicycles and bullshits with Jen's magical spirits deleted? You know, the post that Chasing Truth's on, corrected and stamping all the things about the DCS reports, paperwork, and all that. Anyway, and Ryan and them are still Pomeranian cheese rapping about whatever, back there. But thing is, I haven't fought Mullen to distract. It's fine, whatever. Anybody notice the comment or two that Ryan deleted? That weird one from some seeming elderly person acting like a psychic had told them they were in danger, but like if they'd help them, I don't know. It was worded. I've got screenshots. To the effect of my husband and I, blah blah blah. There's some sort of medical thing, blah blah blah. But we would like to still continue to help you on your mission, journey, work, whatever. As long as or once we're out of or something danger. Almost like if a psychic had went and told somebody that, that there was danger around them or something, and da da da, and I don't know. But maybe if they helped them on their mission monetarily or whatever, then I don't know. It just seemed a little funny to me, a little weird worded. Well, Ryan did make sure to delete that one after a bit and thinking about it for a couple hours. He loved it at first, but I don't know, for some reason he went back a while later and deleted it. It's rather strange to me. Makes me wonder about things. Doesn't Jen have her own spirit channel over or something? I mean, I know that she definitely comes from the psychic realm of things before they were moved over and built, but and Seraphina shit, obviously, and all that. But yeah, that's real weird. That's why it popped up in the comments. Then Ryan thought it a wonderful thing, them saying that and promising to continue helping them. And something about danger, danger, dark side. Like spirits had said something. And anyway, yeah, but then come back and deleted it. Yeah, I found that a little weird. Anyway, also, last-ish note, I've been watching for a couple weeks now. Okay, I'm always sort of. It depends on what I feel like doing at the time, or turning my head to. Here's one of those things. I know most out here that watch don't know what all we can see necessarily as creators about them or the data or what's in the background or what YouTube allows us to see, and da da da. But trust me when I tell you it's quite a bit. It's how you can often tell, like I've said, when certain things are funny, but it tells us, like, what else your audience watches. Like right now, most of the views I'm getting are actually from, weirdly enough, those are watching Don Mills' Family Official, Don B, Bullhorn, and Michelle After Dark, etc., and Brooks. And so, crossing over, right? A lot of y'all are watching those channels. But I have a few, right? Dinero Bay. Who the fuck is that? But damn, they got a shit ton of likes on their stuff, right? Then you have this Lilo's Life or something, 37.5. Black Sheep design, I don't know, but 35,000. I don't get it, and then Slim Shala is live. That's very foreign sounding. And then Blake Rose, massive views for his channels. Zara Kiri is live, 40,000. And then I'm like, oh, right. Oh. And there's more like this, right? It doesn't make sense, but places like that, definitely oversee, other than one reason. At the same time, what I have happening is, about quite a bit of an increase from not subscribed. And then also one of the ones, the group Switch Your Audience watches last 7 days. Haley is live. Paid readings. That was number 1, y'all. And then Moonface, Shabaya, but it's still raining. It's very weird sounding, isn't it? And then Brooks, Zarakiri, Bullhorn Betty, right? It's not a lineup. But it gets better, right? Right. Suddenly again, the ages and age ranges for y'all have changed. Alright? That's not typical unless something's afoot. What's even stranger is that for like the first time, well, sort of, half of my views are coming in from a male audience. Do you know how odd that fucking is for over here? That's pretty damn odd. What's even more odd and that I've been keeping an eye on is OVUs, They're up, but the hours are stationary. And the a sudden increase of subs. Now, yeah, randomly, these sons of bitches will insert a bunch of their troll accounts, right? They'll get them back in there, that way they can waste them in 2 or 3 months or whatever. Have them there so they can log in, change the name, come over and torment me in chat, play T, she doesn't know it's us, find the name, whatever. But I've noticed the rise lately. In all things. Especially as I've been bitching about Ryan and Don B buying. You guessed it. Now, this time I think they're being a bit more cautious by this. That happens all the time. And if you notice, the reason they time rooms and stuff a lot isn't just so they can circle jerk out like sheep. It's because a lot of them can't afford the numbers necessarily to do the live viewers and chat, or because they have different types you can buy. They share that. They pay a certain amount, and then they have the timing down, and that way they all get views, and you all really fucking believe 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 are watching them, and then it brings them up, boosts them in algorithms, and then real people actually do watch them, and then they get real subs and shit back to that way. Now, I could have the channels terminated for God of this, but they do it, and they do it and put in a group little pot to get that done and afford all that, because that type is a bit more expensive. But it also helps their income, because guess what? Those fake shit and things still paying per view. Now, the last time this was really, do y'all remember back when Penny reared her dumbass head? Was it last year? something, and then like my shit was like at like 30-some thousand, blah blah in the video. I was like, oh, this shit's fucked. And I mentioned it and called out, and then it dead stopped. Yeah. Now, you'll have a little of them fucking with some of us like every time, or being like, I've seen them do it before, and I just sort of ignore it until it goes away. But they seem to think that, like, the method to certain hearts is, oh gosh, so let me get 12 views. Let's pick it up a little, make up the next really gives a fuck whether and then they'll talk more and give us more. If we leave nice comments, yes, manipulation. And look here, bitches, I'm not here for that. I don't give a shit about views. I don't give a shit about likes. I don't give one crap about fame, fortune, any of that. I'd rather not be here, honestly. So, y'all still yet have got me fucked all the way up. Whoever's fucking playing games, especially since been calling out Ryan and Don B for buying views and subs and shit, I'm gonna need you to knock that shit off. You stop with even the 10, 20, 30 a day, whatever the hell you all got packing in there. And the bullshit rising, that's nonsensical at best, that's happening, and, you know, it ain't hard for me to tell when mine are unnatural. There's always been a portion, you're all suckery depending on the season, but, and what you're up to. But the thing is that, and it's weird for a damn group who has done their best to try to annihilate my chat, and people couldn't speak, do anything, and da-da-da-da-da, because without that, and bringing up in algorithms, you make people terrified to speak over, you get all this shit, everybody's in the box, but yeah, you got people, and then y'all go and do shit like that, you know why, in my guess, so y'all can probably report it at some point, or you fucking set up, you bastards. Can be like, but look at these unnatural spikes in hers, and she must be doing something. Bitch, please. I got, like, bills and regular shit to take care of. I ain't buying nothing and doing shit. But, because I know how you motherfuckers are. Oh, something ain't right. I'm gonna need you all to knock whatever the fuck out. I know Penny tried to go extravagant with it and hitting on, and Penny did in this group when they did all that shit. We're like, no shit's reporting about, right? And then you have TM, obviously, before Christmas last year, striking the channel, blah, blah, doing it in a vague way to where it could be proved up by her own stupid words, and then you have Crystal helping in that, and everybody else, and oh, Juniper and Sage and Ziggy and all them and all the things there at that point and set up his stuff and yada yada, rinse, repeat. But yeah, I don't know. There's all these little end setup plans I see that they have and shit they get up to and things they can use to try to fuck with me or the channel harder or make some sort of narrative in the end, and I'm just gonna need which one of y'all or the group are responsible at this point for contributing to this fucker to stop that. Alright? Knock that off. Alright, knock it off. Y'all take that shit over to Ryan and Don B. Apparently they really need it. I don't. Anyway. Yeah, and then there's all these strange things that move about at certain times. Probably an end, so it looks like others are taking certain things at certain times. For certain reasons that they're not. I expect that at some point. And I'm gonna do that shit too. Y'all do carry on, though. Your module shit gets old. Anyway, y'all take that fake bullshit and split it between yourselves. Y'all need it. I don't. You feel me? And your reasons for doing so cannot be good. Let me make that clear. And who do you think will be responsible for something like that? Only after I'm bitching about Don B and Ryan obviously buying and packing their shit with false views and subs and shit lately. Oh, well, I mean, always, yeah, but lately, like on that call out of Andy for the Sentinel, they all the other things, search stuff, and yada yada, then they go up by 30,000. I mean, ain't hard to get. Maybe somebody run these streets will grow some balls and actually report them for that. Maybe we'll all get lucky and or maybe like YouTube will catch on to the groups and places they buy from. Even though Ryan's fucked up pretty early on this, or he bought from the wrong ones, Don B. It depends on what they can afford, Whether it shows up in real times at about 1,000 an hour rate, or whether it all shows up at once, or whether it gradually happens, or whether people it just depends. We've talked about this before and what kind of ones they buy and which farms they use, and this group does have those that are actual channels, and that way it passes under YouTube's radar a little bit more effectively than other places they can buy and get those views and subs and shit. So, but every now and then, I mean, you catch them slipping, but if any of y'all really think there's that many watching, most of them, or that there's really 10, 20, or 30,000 plus checking out a Don B or Ryan vid or anybody else's, or 2 or 3,000 watching Justin, I bet you're fucking stupid, bro. It's just like they make that shit look like it and they buy the, trolls and shit in this year when they have like the Chris's and they're acquiring like on Spiders, this show, that show, and it looks like it's just running hot and extreme. This group is indeed well formed, that's all I'm saying. But once you have years to just look at it and go, again? Really? Yeah, really. Yeah, really. It's actually pretty simplistic. Even if it sounds insane entirely tenfold, it's not. It's the year damn 2025. I know certain age ranges may not understand, but this is child's play shit. This is no longer futuristic. Oh my god, tenfold schizophrenic. This is real shit. Yes. And that's why some of us warn you all the time about what they can't do. Well, and what they do, even to you all, who are really out here watching because you are real humans with real hearts and for the right reasons, and don't find any of this shit funny or giggle worthy or Lord of the Flies interactive CSI, and enjoy watching more pain and hurt and destruction on top of already pain, hurt, destruction, so. I mean, y'all are victims too, and sometimes made unwilling participants. For sure. So, anyway, those are just the last points I want to make on this stream anyway today. I really think there's another post up there about whoever's took over the password this week in advance and let us all know it. That way nobody could actually be blamed or pinpointed for having control of this 75% account or whatever. No, it's him. No, wait, look at Jensen and this and that and the other, and nobody actually. No, it's him. No, wait, look at Jensen. Distraction, da 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 da. Nobody asks the real questions. Nobody catch on to this shit. Y'all good and distracted now? Has there been stamps put on or anything yet? All you'll remember from this period is that C and D were cleared. That's all you're supposed to remember. Cleared. Mm-hmm. And you remember bullshit about Jensen. And now I guess how Summer was magically in a room according to McDonough with soft porn playing. Bless his Alzheimer's Lark. And you remember all those things instead of asking the right questions or whatever. Mel, you know, it's guaranteed when Mullen or whoever that account is when they're mass posting out bullshit and stuff, there's extra shit afoot. It's distraction. Something's happening and stirring within the group and shit they want you to have eyes off of, and you see this group making movements at the same time with, like, say, this Jensen shit. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Team everywhere, teams. Team versus team. Spy versus spy. Bullshit versus bullshit. And they tell us Summer's lost. No. She's out here somewhere and she's waiting. And all of y'all suck. All of you suck. Every minute still counts. Anyway, I'm out of here for right now. Y'all have a good night, good morning, and good evening. And those storms, I know I come on, and the internet cut out when I moved. So y'all didn't get to see what I was showing you, but the timing of those storms yesterday really were something. And certain posts, right? And I get it. We always want to attribute meaning to things that aren't, I understand that fully, even as I see them and the heart wants to feel them, but to watch that at a certain time yesterday, even for long, like, what in the world? And then later on to see posts at certain times from, no, know, that family official, I was like, holy shit. And then another storm to roll in almost every damn time, to extremes every time those assholes are posted. I don't know, man. I don't know. The heart or manipulators do weird shit around here. You never fucking know. Especially after we're on the first one. I just find it odd. But, either way, that first one really did roll in right around 6 or 9 p.m. And it was pretty severe for a minute or two. And I went out there in it after some of it toned down a bit. And then it passed very quickly and the sun began to shine. And that's what I was trying to show y'all. And then I come back and, oh, the prettiest little clouds and stuff. But anyway, no, it's just universe coincidence. We make things sometimes we're not. Chase shadows. But sometimes there are things to be found in shadows and storms. For real. So, you just have to sort of make sure you know heart, brain. Well, I did that in reverse, but you get heart, brain, caveman, or modern super. We're better and more special than our ancestors, early hominids, or whatever bullshit we want to tell ourselves. Not right? But that way we don't sacrifice people for like corn anymore or anything. We're like, here's 12 virgins and a cow for a little rain, or something. Or wait, that's a damn saber tooth in the cave. Fuck, that was a pop red and bent blade of grass and oh shit, Yeah, red flag, red flag, red flag, So, Anyway. But yeah. I don't know, guys. And Lord, I could hear her voice in that recording with Candace. That storm moved in yesterday. Mama, what's that? It's like, oh. Lightning indeed. They may keep doing so until summer's found. And maybe the fear of whatever God or Zeus has all the lightning bolts. that the person or persons responsible even maybe fear of that hit them in the ass. Fake religion, real religion, gods, no gods. Maybe it'll be enough to get someone to do something like, I don't know, turn it around. Maybe do what's right. Somehow. Some way. Till then, it's probably gonna all look, I don't know, quite elusive as fuck. So. And weird. Shady. Targeted. Anyway. Have a good morning, a good night, good evening. Yonder with a speck, the vast cosmos, the dance of life, and all the weather. Please continue to be good pebbles and sparks where you can, and voices when you can. All the little things matter. They change the lives of other humans around you every day, and they change the world around you, whether you believe so or not. One little thing can change the world for someone or the actual world every day. They travel far greater distances than you could ever imagine or hope. Probably think about further than, that moment in time and forget. But they travel the world. And, anyway, we only get one life here. Try not to make it harder on yourselves or each other. Go meet a stranger, make a friend. Remember humanity, community, neighbors. Forget algorithms, electronic boxes. Remember attention spans and real conversations again. Try to let go of tribalism, sports, teams, side this or that. Divided, we all fall, guys. Divided, we were all no good. And creating more pain for the humans on this planet is not entertainment, and it doesn't help. It doesn't help peace on earth in the least. It doesn't help make a better world. And cruelty and agony and even basic trolling, even online. Remember that it can do great harm. And it might get out whatever you're feeling today, but it can do great harm. And desensitize and make that normalized and hurt the whole world. Remember that this space was originally created so we could all come together and be more educated, not forget one another in humanity, and be somehow less intelligent and divide. So when you're here, try to make it a better place for all. But keep in mind that outside of here, there's a whole planet full of very good people, though this reel makes you think there no longer is. And there is a whole lot of good out there, even though this reel makes you think there isn't. And that world is not as scary as this world makes you believe and think it is these days. So that you don't come together again, so that you stay less intelligent, and so you don't pay attention to the details that matter, or the real things moving and lurking, and the real things taking control of you, are keeping you stupid and on here, and fighting amongst and kicking down at, and distracted as hell, and thinking memes are gonna fight wars and make tyrants fall, and, you know, running you amok instead of out in the streets exercising your rights. Paying attention to the real men behind the curtains. They all use the same types of shit, don't they, around the world and social media and throughout history and time. Rinse, repeat. History repeats if man forgets. And men do. Behavior patterns and cycles. Anyway, squirrel. Y'all have a good morning, good evening, and good day. Enjoy your snacks, music, tunes, those you love, storms, dark, light. Y'all just carpe diem. Much love, guys. Oh. Y'all, almost forgot because I'm tired and I shouldn't have. But y'all, please share the DV/Universal Hand Signal for help. And as always, continue to share Summer's picture information and call her by her name. And y'all know what I mean by that. I don't mean any of our dumbasses. I don't mean any social media stuff. I don't mean talking head garbage. I mean real investigative journalists, real news sources, real law enforcement, state, local, federal, so WJHL, WCYB, Rogers Review, Kingsport Times News, Times News Online, Johnson City Press, Bristol Herald Courier, Jeff Bobo's, the Ansleys, all the real ones, alright? That's the most tangible way in which you can help Summer, and always stick with those sources. They are the things you seek and the info you seek. And they are what needs to be seen and heard. Alright? That's how you help someone the most, and well enough that, and sharing of Summer's picture information and adding information links to real sources are also a way to help gigaloos drop keys, and to also potentially get the person or persons responsible identified and captured and brought to justice. So, please continue to share a picture and info and call her by name. Y'all have a good morning, good evening, and good night.